All right, we're live. Welcome, everyone. Good morning. What's up, Anastasiia?
Hey, Jonatan, how are you?
I am good. I'm good. A little bit tired. But that's life. That's life. How are you?
A little bit tired.
Yeah. Good. Nice. It's gonna be a slow live stream here
Fun
today.
session.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
In the chat. Where are you following our today's live stream from? Let us know in the chat. The country, the city. I see Nora is here already. Jonatan is joining us. Welcome. Another Jonatan.
Nora is originally from Finland, but she got tired of all the inverted, boring people and the fact that it was only good weather for like 2 months of the year, and so she moved to Spain. She now lives in Ibiza. Let me see if I got that right. Let me know in the comments if I got that right. Did I get that right? Let's see if I got that right.
I was just in Ibiza yesterday. Still.
Nice.
So, nice. If I would know, then that we have subscribers there, followers, traders.
Yep, I was right. Look at that, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so
great though. Finland is
what do we
imagine that if you live there for a whole time with a cold weather and the darkness, it does get to your nerves.
Yeah, it does, but I don't know. I like it. I quite like it. I like Spain though as well. I kind of I do like I mean I like winter as well, but it's like a bit long, especially now, because this summer is like it's starting now. Usually we can have, good weather in May, like really good weather in May, but now it's like it's starting. So it feels like the summer is almost over, and now we're getting a better weather. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Sorry, what?
I'm saying you like your basement. You're just closing yourself in a basement and working, no matter the weather outside.
Yeah, I do like my basement. It's a nice little basement I got here. But yeah, would I guess I would prefer a better office than being here in the basement. But yeah, I quite like it. I like it.
It looks like a nice place.
It is a nice place. Okay, so let's see. What do we have? What do we have today in terms of news? June the 18th. Is it FOMC today?
Yes, it's today. Today is the building permits and also the FOMC interest rate decision. Let me switch the screen, my screen. There we go.
Yeah.
So we do have both the building permits and housing starting. So which are one of the most like direct correlations to the inflation and the changes in the interest rate decisions. Now we have the FOMC decision coming in the evening as well, and followed by the FOMC press conference. And by their probabilities in the Fed watch, we have 99% chance that the rate is going to be capped. Even better, 99.9. And I like how people left this 0.01% just for the mistake in their assumptions. It's like 99.9% chance that the current target is going to be capped. So I would say that we are not going to see the rate cut, the rate change, and the biggest attention is going to be most likely turned towards the FOMC press conference, because that's what Powell is going to say afterwards about their plans, about their outlook on the economical situation right now. That is going to be the main direction that people are going to take the market as well. Because for right now, we already know that the rate is not going to be cut. They said it before. Nothing changed since then. Well, it actually got escalated, even if we are talking about one of the sides of the world as well, right? So the interest rate it's most likely going to be capped. But the conference is what I'm going to be really tightly listening to in the evening.
Right, I love when you talk about fundamentals, Anastasiia. I wish I would understand it a bit better, but hopefully there's someone out there who speaks the language of the fundamentals and hopefully knows exactly what you're talking about. Unfortunately, that is not me. I am rather dumb when it comes to fundamentals. All I care about is like what does it mean to price? What does it mean to price? And I am like last week I looked at Euro GBP. I have to show my chart here because I look
Yeah.
and I'm like, I should buy this, and that was like here, right when we started getting that breakout. Said, okay, this is a good level to buy for like a long, swing trade, a long-term trade. And I mean, we're up in just a few days. I mean, just a week or so, we're up like, over 1%, which is quite a lot on this one. But yeah, I look at these charts and I feel like a lot of times I see it as an obvious swing trade, but lately I've failed to kind of execute on the ideas. Maybe I got a lot going on and other things I need to focus on, and I do set alerts, but I see the alert and then I can ignore it. That doesn't really help. But I think this is a textbook example. Like this is really good. Comes down, hits that trend line right there, and this could, even if you see this on a 1 minute and a 5 minute, I think this could be a pretty good trade like that. And then I look at like USD JPY. I have a like a long a swing trade open on USD JPY, and I feel like a good way of kind of, sometimes I want to exit this trade because of all the weakness in the dollar. And then I look at this and I think, what if we fast forward 2 months? What if we fast forward 2 months and now price is trading up here? Would I be happy? I'm gonna change the color. Okay, here, green. Would I be happy with exiting this trade? Just in the same way as I'm looking at Euro GBP and thinking, okay, I should have entered this trade. So I should have entered this trade. Now we're up here, and I could have gone in and made some good money on this, because I would probably have entered on the breakout with stops below here, and then I would look at taking profit, around this area. So that's a 2.3 yard trade. It's a fairly good trade, right? So looking at USD from that perspective, and I think this could be a good learning experience for others as well. When you are in a trade and you're getting the feeling that, it's not moving in direction that I wanted to move, I might want to exit this one. Think about the reasons why you entered, and then ask yourself, are those reasons still valid? And then later, if I exit here and I see that price hits TP later, would I still be happy about exiting that trade? And if the answer is no, then most likely you should stay in that trade. And that's kind of like where I am on USD now. So I'm definitely holding this against what I believe is the fundamental reasons to close it. But gonna have that open. So that's the trade that I have open now, and it's been running since when is it? Like beginning first week of the month, I believe. Like beginning of the month, something. Are you in any trades, Anastasiia?
No, not yet. Well, definitely not going to be entering something before the FOMC for long term. Perhaps some small movements. I'm looking for Euro USD for a sell, but it's not ready yet. For my perspective, did you have anything?
I'm going to ask a question. I'm going to ask a question in the chat about you. USD All right, so would you buy USD here? Let me know in the comments, yes or no. Also, make sure that you hit that like, because if we do hit, you know what? Okay, let's make it 400. Okay, let's make it 400. Because today we got the boss, the big boss Saul. the CEO coming on for a scalping session later in the live stream with me and Victor. That's going to be really, really exciting. Really looking forward to that. And because we got the boss on, drop it to 400. Okay, so let's drop it to 400. You hit 400 likes on this live stream today. We're going to initiate the giveaway. So 400 likes, and we're going to give away an account here live. If it's like in the last hour, we're gonna draw the account in tomorrow's live stream. But let's make sure that we do hit that 400 before we end the live stream later today. And if you up that number earlier, then obviously you have a good chance of getting to that number. Okay, Michael is posting charts again on USD CHF. Apparently he's in the long. He's posting of course, like a 1 minute chart. Okay, let's take a look at USD CHF. Let's make Mike happy. Oh, we got another chart. Another chart now on the 1 hour. Okay, so that's interesting. Interesting trade. Is it USD CHF? Okay, so he went long on USD CHF. And it looks like he's long here, like on the close of the, like around here. And then he has like a stupid tight stop loss, like something like that. Yeah, that's a crazy tight stop loss. That is a... So now the question is, of course, is it time to exit, take profit? Yep, I would say yes. I would just close this trade. Or maybe not. Maybe no. You know what? I would close this trade. I don't like this because it's hitting local resistance right here. So if you go into the 1 minute, yeah, I would close it. But then of course, I'm not the one trading this trade and trading that specific system, so I have no idea. But yeah. Okay, we have someone who lost. Wait a minute. This is the guy. Maybe there's some karma involved here because you're actually the person who commented on my hairline a couple of weeks ago, and now you lost the account. I'm really sorry to hear that, but
wow, wow, you really memorized it? Did you really memorize?
Yeah.
No
well,
way.
Look at this perfect person. Like he has the most perfect hair. Yeah.
I really got stuck with you.
I never forgive. I never forget. Okay, so he lost his 100K funded account. I don't know what's wrong with me. Well, didn't go around commenting other people's hairline, but okay, let's go through this. So the new elevation is also in a loss right now, and a suggestion on what should be my approach now to trade. Okay, so what you need to do is, and by the way, don't take it personal. This is just fun. So what you need to do is, why did you lose the account? I mean, there's a reason for losing the account. Okay, so there's a reason for losing the account. You need to go back and you need to evaluate not only your trading system and the trades you're taking, but yourself anyway, right? So you got to go back, look at the trades that you've taken. Ask yourself a simple question. Was the trades according to the plan or not? If the trades are according to the plan, that's all good. Then you have to go look at your risk management, because most likely you followed your system and the system went into a drawdown, and then there's something, there's an issue with your risk management, because you always need to make sure that the system that you're trading, you need to make sure what the max drawdown is of that system, and adjust your risk management in a way that the max drawdown will never hit that max loss and you'll lose the account. So if you follow the system, check risk management, and then if the risk management is good as well, then you might have to revisit your system. Maybe your system is not as profitable as you thought. But then, of course, the most likely scenario here is mental errors, right? You probably followed your system most of the time, but then sometimes you did not follow the system. You traded on emotions, maybe added some risk, and that's probably why you lost the account. So what you should have done is, instead of like losing the account and getting an evaluation right away, take a break, a couple of days, maybe a week, and reevaluate the situation. And then when you know what you did right, make an action plan, and then get a new evaluation and follow that. It's really difficult though, like it's really, really difficult. I mean, I've lost account as well. I've been in drawdown for a very long time. I've lost accounts, and I've lost account for both of those reasons. I've lost accounts because the system that I was trading lost its edge, and that to me was probably one of the most difficult drawdowns to deal with, because I was following a system which like got me funded with multiple firms, made me a lot of money during COVID, and then in like 2023, that system went into a drawdown and it never recovered. And it's probably not as profitable as it was leading up, like from 2019 through COVID to 2022, like it's super profitable, right? And then the profitability is declined. So maybe because of market conditions around COVID or the pandemic made that system profitable. I don't know, but that was really difficult to deal with, because now I needed to like, okay, I need to develop something new. It was, no issues with the psychology or the execution. It was just the system lost its profitability, and that is, I believe, the most difficult drawdown to deal with, and that's something that you will experience at one point in your trading career, and that is very, very difficult. Yeah.
I think
Oliver says
taking a break is crucial, to be honest with you, because no matter what the reason is, you cannot see it if you just get the new evaluation right away. It can be the technical reason, it can be the mental reasons, it can be anything else, but you cannot see it if you just say, okay, now I'm going to get funded immediately again as a revenge to the lost funded account. So you need some time to be able to calm down and see clearly what was the reason that you lost the account in the first place. Maybe you're going to notice that you were emotional. Maybe you're going to notice that indeed you followed your plan and it's just lost the edge, like you said, Jonatan. But probably it's going to be emotions. Because if the evaluation account is immediately in the drawdown and you got it right after losing the funded, then most likely you started trading in the same aggressive way that you've been trading initially, and that was the reason you lost the account. So I'd say take a break, calm down, demo, paper trading first, and then come back, reevaluate your trades that you took in the last part of your funded account in the beginning of your evaluation. Make sure you don't keep going on, because I had this, and there is a very high chance that you're going to lose evaluation as well if you're going to keep going, just hitting your head against the wall, the way you are doing it now.
Yeah, I'm gonna update you guys on the as promised. I'm gonna be fully transparent here, and I will update you guys on the bootcamp elevation that I got running with 100% automation. It was $100 away from passing the bootcamp phase 1, and now the system has entered a drawdown period. It seems, not the system, but it's a portfolio of systems. So we can look at that quickly. Let's see. Can I share everything here without sharing all my personal details? Last time I did that, I shared my login to MetaTrader 5. So if someone was quick enough, you could definitely just log in and traded. Took a big trade on that account. Hopefully you would have passed it, but that would probably not been the case. Okay, so where is it? Okay, so this is the okay, this is the bootcamp account, and as you can see here, in somewhat of a drawdown right here, you can see that the goal was 26,500, and we almost reached that one before the system went into a drawdown. I've also just now applied a new EA to this. You can see that statistics are looking good. I mean, profit factor of 2.13, win rate of around 44%. Average trade duration is around 5 hours, and we have a total of 48 trades in this portfolio. So it's looking good. What I need now though is I need to see some sign of bullish structure in the equity curve. Like I can't, if this goes from up here all the way down to entry point again, then something's wrong. The back testing result is not not what the forward testing is. They're not agreeing with each other. That's going to be a bit problematic. Let me show you the MetaTrader platform as well that we got up running now with everything. This is not the MetaTrader platform where I'm placing my trades. This is just a MetaTrader platform that I have on my desktop PC logged into that account, and then we can see all the orders that are placed right here. I actually wanted to show you something. Do that in just a bit. Let me just log in, and I will show you. Let's see, where do I have that one? Yeah, okay, so there it is. I will show you soon. Okay, so we have GBP, JPY, USD, JPY, and gold currently have 2 open positions. So the latest addition is USD, JPY. Now, the thing with USD, JPY is it's not, this EA is not like super profitable, but it has a very nice negative correlation to GBP JPY. So when the GBP JPY EA is in a drawdown, USD JPY is a lot of times in making money. So the idea here is to pair the GBP JPY system with the USD JPY and have them kind of balance the portfolio a bit so that the drawdowns doesn't become too big. But we can see here that this is a system based on the 1 hour. It's a trend following system, and it's quite simple. You can see here on the uptrend right here where we have higher highs and higher lows. So the EA was able to identify that this is a trend, okay? And then it's putting basically a buy stop order above the local high, a stop below the local swing point, and then as you can see, the risk to reward here is quite big, and the stop loss and the TP is based on ATR and the Bollinger Bands, I believe. So it's going to be interesting to see how this can kind of like balance out the portfolio. Now, I wanted to show you where this is running. So like I said, I'm logging into the MetaTrader account on my desktop, but actually the PC that is running this is right now in my living room. And just let me share the one. Okay, so it's this one, okay? You can see my little PC here. So this is a mini PC. This is currently in my living room, right? And this, I can remotely connect to this. So I can remotely connect to this and set it up. And I got MetaTrader running on this one. And then I'm logging into MetaTrader just to monitor this. Now, this is a really cool thing because this is just running 24/7. It's just going to be running 24/7. And to really connect to this, there's a structure. I need to, remotely do it. And it's a little bit complicated, which means that it's very difficult for me to go in and manually adjust anything and change anything. But it's pretty cool. It's like a money-making machine. It's just running 24/7 with the EAs in the background and just making money. It's a game changer. It really is for me. Really cool. Now, I wanted to show you this because not yesterday, but this Monday, Dirk talked about how you can create a trading system with AI, right? Unfortunately, no one is really very interested in that because most people, they come onto this live stream and they just want to, want us to say, okay, I'm going long gold here. And, they want to get in here and they want to see what we're trading and maybe try to replicate that. But if you look at the webinar or the live stream from Monday, where Dirk talked about how you can use AI to develop a system, you can, I'm not going to say easily, but something that was impossible only like 2 years ago is very, very possible to do today with the help of AI You can set up these EAs, you can have them trade for you, and as long as you create the EAs and you're the only one trading these EAs, you can trade any account with the 5ers with them, as long as you're not, buying an EA or group trading or trading with an EA signal service or anything like that. So highly recommend that if you're interested and you're a little bit, you don't even need to know coding, right? But if you know how to use AI, try setting something like this up. It's really, really cool. Yeah, so exactly the session with Dirk there when it talked about that is very, very cool. And like Amal is saying, he used Claude. I think he tried ChatGPT as well, but Claude seems to be very good with coding. Yeah. So that's where I am right now in my my trading career. I'm slowly but surely transitioning from manual trading into algorithmic trading. The time that I would spend on manual trading, and now spending more on creating algorithms instead, because I do have the feeling that in 10 years, when the world we see today is not going to be the same with and I'm not talking about all the things that is happening from a geopolitical point of view, which of course might change things as well, but I'm talking about AI, right? A lot of people have compared AI with the internet. I think AI is going to be bigger than what the effect that the internet had on the world. I think AI is just going to be completely revolutionary, and it's going to be like the next step in the human evolution, like the next step in the development of the human race, basically. And I think if you do not use AI in your trading, then someone else will, and you're going to have a really hard time competing against the people that are using AI in your trading. Discretionary trading, manual trading, it's going to become more and more difficult the more time goes on. And I think for me personally, I would say that I have maybe 5 to 10 years left in what I'm doing. And in maybe 10 years, AI has completely taken over, and it's going to be very difficult for me to be profitable with what I'm doing today. So if you're not using AI, use AI. It's a game changer for everyone. You might not agree with me, but see you in 5 years. Let's see what happens in 5 years. Remember, only a couple of years ago we had ChatGPT launching, right? Now we have AI videos that almost looks like real life, and that took, how long did it take? Like 1 to 2 years of that development. Imagine 10 years. Imagine what the world is going to look like in 10 years. Absolutely insane. Okay. Now let's do some trading, some manual discretionary trading while we have time to do so. USD/CHF is breaking out. Look at that. Wow. Okay. Someone's happy. We got the breakout.
Mike was right.
Mike was right. Mike the right. Magic Mike is right again.
Magic Mike. I actually am in the trade. So
well, okay. So now that USD/CHF is breaking out, well, why not join him? Why not join him? Okay, it's breaking out quite heavily now. What's going on though? Is okay? That's the Eurozone CPI. Is as suspected. We got the Eurozone CPI coming out, and that's probably what's pushing price higher. It's coming out as expected. Mike closed it. Oh, I can't believe he closed it. I told him to close it, and then he closed it, and I still have my trade open. No, I'm kidding. I don't have anything open, but it would be fun if I had.
That would be evil.
Yeah. This is a good breakout, though. This is... it's definitely a breakout that I'm too late in getting in, but if it has momentum, let's see if we have any bigger, maybe high time frame levels where we could perhaps join the move, and see if we can get in on more of a trend following perspective. Let's add the EMAs here. Okay, so that would be the target, and we have a level right here. Where's the breakout? The breakout is right here. That's the untested breakout level right there. Right now, that would be our area of interest. Put on the fib of the breakout move here to know where we have reload zones. If we do have a good reaction inside the reload zone here, might enter that one. So basically looking for a retrace here, and I want to get in on a new higher swing point here. Guys, make sure that you hit that like. Hit that like, and if we hit 400 likes, we'll do a giveaway. Let's create a little banner for that. Okay, so let's see. Okay. 400 likes equals giveaway. Okay. Do it. Let's go. 400 likes. Okay, let's add some emojis as well. Add some nice emojis. Where can I find a list of emojis? Emojis. Man. Okay. What emoji should we be using here? Should we be using a... okay. What am I doing?
What are you doing?
Yeah, one of those party things. What I don't even know what that is called. Okay, let's do that one. 400 likes. Okay, 400 likes. We want a... Is that a piñata? Yeah, let's do a piñata. Okay. Nice. And a balloon. Let's do a balloon. Balloon. And what else do we want? Something amazing. Something that's really okay. Nah, that's good. I think that's good. Let's add that one. Look at that. Nice. Okay, 400 likes equals a giveaway. Okay, so we're looking for a pullback here, right? Look at that. We get more likes right away. Okay, so we're looking for a pullback. Let's go down to... I was going to go down to the 10 seconds, but I don't want to be doing that because then I'm getting comments that is going to haunt me forever. Okay, we have an interesting comment here. If I do the last like after 399 and be the one to hit 400, do I deserve the giveaway? So, yeah. If you can prove to me that you are the last like, then yeah, we'll figure something out. You're not gonna get a 1 million account though, but you can definitely get some hub credits. You can prove that you're the last person to hit that like. Okay, so right. Also, we have a training competition coming up today. We're starting a new competition today on the 5ers. So go into the 5ers hub, and in the upper part of the screen, you'll be able to join the competition. We're starting a new competition every Wednesday. Every Wednesday, so make sure you go in and check that one. Okay, so USD CHF is continuing its move to the upside. Maybe this is the time to enter now that we've because it might have hit the 50 here. No, not even the 50, but it looks like it's see what we have on the 5-minute. Definitely a lot of momentum here. I like what I'm seeing here. So I might enter a smaller position on this one. You know what? It might be a bit too late. Where do we want to have the stop loss on this? Where should we have a stop loss? I think that's a good swing point for a stop loss, like well below the level. I would want my average entry to be around here, stop loss down here, and that would be a big trade. Okay, so let's start building a position here then on my high stakes account that is in a drawdown. So what do you do when you're in a drawdown? Well, the best thing to do when you're in a drawdown, at least for me, is to increase risk so that you can, as quickly as possible, recover what you've lost.
Seriously, you increase risk when you're in the drawdown?
Yes, that's something that I do. Doesn't normally happen. I mean, it doesn't normally work out, but you know what? It's a big account though. It's a 100K high stakes, so it's not like I want to waste this. It's like $500. I feel like I should probably be trading in a more more respectable manner.
Yeah, I'm actually really surprised because usually if you are in the drawdown, what I do, I cut my risks.
Yeah,
But
I mean, I'm not serious. I mean, of course, I'm not. I'm
okay.
I'm not increasing risk in drawdown.
No, because I
I
saw
am
people
today.
do this, but it never works out. That's why I'm asking you.
Yeah, no, of course. It's if you're in the drawdown, you use increased risk, then you're just gonna blow the account quickly. But I am willing to take a risk here. Okay, so I'm gonna be entering a long on Jack says it. No, I'm not. I'm not. This is just you must be new here. You must be new here, Jack. Welcome. Hope you're doing good. Okay, let's take a trade here. That I am says don't enter a long on USD CHF. Why not? Why not? I'm entering a long USD CHF right here. A 0.5% risk. Where is the stop loss? Win. A little bit of a mistake here on the risk, so I'm in with a little bit more. Okay, good entry. That's so right. That's my entry right on the 0.618 right here. I can show you the MetaTrader. Let me see. So it looks like I got a little bit of a sniper entry right here on USD CHF. Let's see if this is. Well, okay. It did look good. Like look at that wick right there. That was a good reaction initially. Yes, we do have a lot of momentum, a lot of volume, a lot of volatility coming in on this level. This could very well just be a fake out, right? This could just very well be a fake out. And if you look at the 1 hour, this is, of course, looking more likely to be a fake out. But if it's not the fake out and we are then in with some, so I think I have some room to increase. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do that one right there. Just lowering that stop loss a little bit and then securing the position if I can. Okay, gonna be entering my TP for this one as well. I'm putting it at 0.81914 is where I'm gonna put that TP. So I got the TP up here. See if this move truly has momentum or if it's just gonna turn out to be another fake out. You can see here on the 1 hour that my stop loss is quite tight based on the 1 hour. A little bit of better structure on the 5 minute and the 15 minute, but we'll see what we get here. Let's switch back to TradingView. I think it's much easier to manage, to look at TradingView and then manage to trade in MetaTrader instead of doing the analysis on MetaTrader. My stop loss is, let me adjust this setup to get the exact entry. So my entry is 0.81748. TP is 14, and then stop loss is at, where's my stop loss? 0.81668. That's my stop loss for this trade. If we mark out the area here, we fit this one. I'm viewing this area as the breakout area. So as long as the 1 hour doesn't come lower than, you know, around here, then it's still a confirmed breakout. It's about 45 minutes, which is quite a long time. But so far it is looking good. We're getting that exact, and this is actually the This is a specific trading system, and I'll show you what it's based on. We need to add the stochastics RSI for that. We need to have a bull cross, a bull cross and a stochastic RSI, and you can see that on this 1 minute candle, we're getting a bull cross on the stochastic RSI. So if this 1 minute candle can close here, and this is actually perfect. And I have an indicator here, right? And if I activate the buy and sell signals, you're probably going to see that it has. See if it gets activated. Let's see if it loads. This should be printing a buy signal soon. Maybe not. Let's see where. Okay, so where is the latest? That's going to be that one right there. Maybe the yeah. Okay, so the probably based on that fib. That's why it's not a buy signal, because sometimes the indicator is. I'm looking at the fib as that being the low anchor and that being the high anchor, but the indicator is probably looking at that as the low. But the idea here is to see a test of the 20 EMA inside the reload zone with a bullish engulfing candle, which I think the indicator could categorize that as like a bullish breakout candle, and they would view that. It's also looking at bullish pin bars. So if this closes like that, it would be a bullish pin bar, and then you want to have a bull cross on the stochastics RSI, and that is the entry trigger of the system. I usually trade this on the 4 hour, not the 1 minute, but it works well on the 1 minute as well, and especially when it's in conflict with a high time frame support level. What? We got 632 likes. Okay, that gotta be. Can't be right. Okay. All right. I guess we're doing a giveaway. All right. I can remove that banner, and I will. That was quick. I mean, come on, guys. There's gotta be something going on. Something going on. Can't be that quick, can it? Oh, okay. Crazy. All right, so use CHF. Yes, thank you, Mike, for giving us this great signal. Go into the description. You can join Mike's Discord server. I believe it's half a Bitcoin a month, but you'll get things like this. But once a quarter, he gives you a really good trade. Yeah. I'm going to be, maybe you can show something, because I'm going to be setting up a giveaway.
I can. I was just waiting until you're done talking.
You know what? You can interrupt him whenever you want.
I tried. The audience can confirm.
Did you?
I did.
Did you really?
I did.
Wow. Okay. Well, I'm sorry about that.
Oh, don't worry about that. I enjoyed it, and actually entered the USDCHF buy as well because of you. So thank you, and thanks to Mike. So I'm in the buy for USDCHF. Well, actually, I'm in a sell for 6S to be exact, which is a futures for USDCHF, a reversed one. And the reason I am in a sell and in a buy for USDCHF accordingly is a little different than yours. So let me explain it from my side. So we had the accumulation here. First of all, if we go higher on the high time frame, we will see that the price last week hit one of the biggest volumes right here. So that accumulation. And the 24,670 level was the monthly point of control of April 2024. So the price did hit it. We had quite a big high volume node here and finally reversed from it. Now, on the move to the downside, we had the weekly point of control formed for this week. So the majority of the volume this week has been traded above the price, together with the weekly developing point of control being above the price, which shows that the majority of the momentum is pushing the price down right now. So mostly orders for all went here. And if the price is down, it means that the big players were actually selling, because usually, well, by the statistics, right, 90% of retail traders lose money. So if retail traders enter for a buy, market is most likely going to go for a sell, right? And the other way around. Now with big players is the opposite. So if they enter for a sell, the market is going in their direction because they are the liquidity of the market majority of the time. So we see that the price is going down. They did enter for a sell. Now what is interesting for me is if we go lower, we will see the points of control of the day from yesterday being here and today being lower as well, above the price. So it's coming down. The volume is coming down. This was maximum yesterday's volume. This was today's maximum volume. Oops. And the price had broken it for the first time when Mike dropped the USD/CHF buy in the chart. So it was finally breaking it for the first time in the whole day. So the whole day we were holding this point of control as a support. Now we are below it, and that's the reason I went for a sell right now, because I'm expecting the price to hold 23,775 level for 6S. So from here, I'm expecting the price to go lower. Now, this is pretty bad risk to reward. And I do like how it looks on USD/CHF more, but I'm most likely going to be closing it a little earlier. So for USD/CHF is very similar. We have the point of control of the day here. The price was rejecting it. Now it broke it for the first time. Reason is exactly the same for me going for a buy. My stop loss is below the previous low here, because I am expecting that the price might go a little lower and then reverse back. So that's I'm still thinking that we might see the move to downside for about 7 to 8 pips, which is completely okay for me if it does that, because my stop loss is lower. And then I'm going to be waiting for the price to reach this consolidation here on top, which is their consolidation point of control. This is their value area from the point of control. So let me just type it here, value area low from the point of control, from the consolidation here. And this is the point of control of the week of the consolidation itself. And the value area high is right here as well. So I'm going to be closing my order either on the highest level and then expecting the reversal, or a little lower, depending if we're going to see the reaction. So that's my plan for USD/CHF. And I'm probably going to be reversing for a sell there as well if I get the confirmation and the price starts reacting to that zone. So that's a USD/CHF for me right now. And another trade that I'm currently in is GU, which is for the moment is in the drawdown. So for GBP USD, I am in a sell accordingly. Well, USD/CHF buy, GBP USD sell, which makes sense. So what we see here, we have a big volume node here that the price is rejected before we have the point of control of the week here that the price also broke below for the first time. So we see that this point of control of the week was formed, like it's 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago, the point of control, month ago, 1 month, yeah. So we had the price holding it for quite a while. The last rejection was on the 9th of June. And then today, the price finally was able to break the same level. So you can see it as a break and retest of the support. I see it as a break and retest of the volume. And the high volume node here is one of the confirmations. So the price also, if we go a little lower, we're going to see that it's been rejecting this zone here, which is a little bit of a volume from the move to the downside. So this is the value area low as well, and a small volume node here. So I am still expecting the price to go down. My stop loss is again above the week. I'm thinking that it might fake out, which I would prefer it to not, obviously. But yeah, I'm in a sell for GU and we'll see how it goes. But this is a really good risk to reward if the trade works out, because the closest level that I'm expecting the price to reject is 33,665, which is 1 to 4.5 risk to reward almost. And the final one is approximately 1 to 8 risk to reward. So if it works out, it's going to be totally worth the risk. Yeah, those are my 2 trades. And I saw the question, I think Trevor was posting it. Trevor Trevor is asking, quick question. If I'm looking for futures chart for analysis, do I need to use a contract change adjustments? So for TradingView, you don't have to do it because TradingView use a continuous chart. And if you just type, well, basically, if I type, for example, the 6B futures, then it's going to be like this. And you don't need to use a specific contract. You just type the 6B, you click on it, and it's going to open the continuous chart, which is a combination of all the futures contract at once. If you use other platforms and TradingView, then sometimes, yes, they're going to require you to manually roll the contract. And if you're holding the swing position, you will need to manually roll your position as well to another contract. But right now, for futures, you should be already trading the September contracts, actually, not June anymore.
All right, looks like USDCHF is moving higher here. Pretty good reaction.
It does. Perfect.
YS says that CHF bullish up to monthly bearish fair value gap. Let's see if I can find that. I'm not. Let me switch over to my screen and I'll see if I can find the. Okay, the bearish monthly fair value gap. That must be this one, right? Yeah. So we're on the monthly, and what is a fair value gap? A fair value gap is like when a level has been broken, and I don't know. Let me know what price that would be at. So I would take a look at that. We have Raphael saying gold explode down. Yeah. And okay, so a lot of people talking about gold. Yeah, let's take a look at gold. I mean, everyone wants to see gold. Have you looked at gold, Anastasiia?
I did, but it's doing nothing before the FOMC, and also because US gave Iran 24 to 48 hours to sign the nuclear deal. And depending on their what?
No, I said it's right. Like, yeah.
So they gave them 24 to 48 hours to sign the nuclear deal, and depending on how the situation is going to escalate, I think gold is going to move. Depends on that, but perhaps not earlier. Maybe FOMC it, depending on what the Powell is going to say in the evening. But for now, I don't see anything because it's been consolidating for the past couple of days. So I haven't taken any trade for the past days.
I would say that overall, I'm overall bullish on gold, long-term bullish on gold. I think gold is it's a good buy. We have a level right now at around 3,380, the level that we're testing right now as support. I like that area. If we drop lower, I think 3,340 is a really good level for gold, where I do expect buyers to to step in and defend this level. So overall, I'm bullish on gold, but I do see short term a potential of a move lower. Yeah, I do like gold for a potential buy. I definitely do. I'm trying to get the giveaways set up, but I am experiencing some issues with the platform that we're using for the giveaways. I'm just waiting for the team to get back to me on that and help me set everything up. We have a comment for a question for you here. Someone who wants to take a look at. Yes.
Yeah, I saw. Hey, Daniel. Good to see you. Let's have a look at that. I haven't looked at ES, to be honest with you, this week yet. So I had this analysis from the last week. Yeah, I know why I hadn't looked at it, because I didn't hit any levels that I was marking up for myself. So we had this area here. This is a level 6075 that the price has been rejecting from this high volume node. So this is this. Well, let me just remove some stuff here quickly. There we go. That's nice. Yeah, better. So this is the high volume node that the price has been rejecting for a while. So essentially, this is what AS has been holding. And the reason I didn't trade it because, well, it's been also consolidating for the beginning of the week. And usually they do so before the FOMC decision, especially if it's an important one. Like this week is not going to be the importance is not going to be turned into the decision. It's going to be turned into what they say afterwards. Because everyone is waiting for the Powell's reaction on Trump's first couple of months of presidency. So the price has been holding this level. Now, depending on what is going to happen today, it might, like, we see that it came back to the point of control of the week and starts rejecting back here. Now, normally I am bearish on indices. Like I'm swing bearish on S&P 500. I'm bearish on NASDAQ. I'm bearish on US 30, for example, on Dow Jones futures, because overall the picture isn't looking too bright for neither of them, and for the current situation either as well. So, and the escalation in the east as well, it doesn't really help, to be honest with you. The paradox is that the stocks keep climbing up, but I don't think how long. And we don't know how long it's going to last, because if 24 to 48 hours pass and they don't reach the agreement, it's also going to reflect negatively on the stock market for US in the end of the day. So I am bearish for indices. This would be the good level if this consolidation wouldn't exist. So if it would just be like this, the rejection, I would definitely go for a sell. Now, the fact that it's consolidating here doesn't really talk to me much. So I am not entering any trades here before the FOMC decision. Maybe S&P 500 looks worse than the rest. Let's have a look at that. No, also not. Like, for example, the reason I also wouldn't sell ES right now is because Dow Jones actually has some space to go. So for Dow, I would be waiting for something like this to happen, or like this. So also for a sell, but I see the possibility of it climbing higher, which is most likely going to reflect on S&P 500 too. And for NASDAQ is also not doing much, really, not doing any consolidation here. And the same level as S&P 500. So for NASDAQ, I would also be looking for the reversal back, but we see that it's not been rejecting anything here. So I am long-term bearish. We also have a huge high volume node here, which I am still expecting the reaction from for NASDAQ. We see that this is what the price has been rejecting, but the entry now is not what I would prefer to see, to be honest with you. Like, if I completely zoom out from everything that was happening before and we had a look at also only this, then maybe yes, like this zone for a sell for NASDAQ, just sell by market, or maybe a little higher, 22,077. But if it's take into account the bigger picture, it doesn't look so good. So I don't see the entry yet, Daniel, to be honest.
So yes, you're bearish long term on the indices, on equities. I don't know. I think like, again, I'm not the right person to go into the into the fundamentals. Yes, of course, the geopolitical situation is not looking great, but I don't know. I'm bullish. I like it. I like what I'm seeing. I like the fact that even though the things that we're seeing is still keeping us in a relatively bullish market structure, I think, yeah, I quite like what I'm seeing. It's surprisingly strong. Surprisingly strong. It recovered after the Trump's tariff very quickly, and it's just incredible the strength that just quite incredible, the strength that we're seeing right now in the S&P 500, in my opinion. Like, it shouldn't. I feel like it shouldn't be this bullish, but it is, which is, I believe, quite a big, shows a lot of strength, right? Shows a lot of strength. Quite nice to see. All right, we're getting a lot of viewers coming in. A lot of viewers coming in, so welcome everyone. If you're new here, this is the 5ers live trading room where we're trading live every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday for about 5 to 6 hours every day. You're welcome to ask any questions or ask for any short requests or any questions that you might have regarding trading in the comments, and we are happy to help you out. Can I use volume on Forex? Yeah, you can use volume on Forex, but it's tick volume. So I would advise you, not advice, I can't give advice. I would recommend that you look at the difference, like look at what is tick volume, right? So look at the difference between tick volume and real volume. So the difference between tick volume in the Forex market and real volume that is reported from a central exchange in the futures market.
Tick volume is it's basically a reference to how many times the price did return to the same level, like to the same tick. Whether the real volume is counted in amount of contracts that were traded at every single tick. And that's the difference. So the real volume shows you basically the amount of money that was invested and traded at a specific level and the real market interest, where the tick volume just counts by the time. And sometimes they like collide together and sometimes they actually have a big difference between themselves.
Yeah, so tick volume is based on actual price changes, right? And not the actual, values traded. Wow, we're getting a lot of views. We're hitting records. We never had this many views on YouTube ever in the history of this live stream. We're at 1,400 views right now. It's quite crazy. The YouTube algorithm has definitely activated the stream. Pretty insane numbers, actually. Almost 1,500 views right now, which is we never had this in the history of the live trading room. So welcome everyone. Happy to have you all in here. I do assume that a lot of you are joining because of the the CEO of the 5ers is going to come on for a live scalping session, and he is going to be on a little bit later in the live stream. We got almost 2,000 viewers coming in here. Where are you guys coming from? Let me know, guys, where you are, where you all are coming from. It's very interested to hear where you're all from. Do you think? Yeah, view botting maybe, because it's quite insane. Not sure. Yes, exactly. Either it's view botting or it's just Anastasiia. Because when you're on, we're getting a lot of views. definitely a view magnet.
I think they're coming for Saul, not for me.
Yeah, definitely. I would argue otherwise, but maybe. Or we got Iran, really? We got some people from Iran as well. We got Philippines, Somalia, India, South Africa. Wow, we got a lot of people from all over the place. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining. Yes, Mike and LJ is the stars of today. Yeah. Okay. Hopefully, we'll be able to set up the giveaway for you guys in just a bit as well.
First time from South Africa. Welcome.
Yeah, we got a lot of people from South Africa as well.
That it keeps climbing.
So what 1,600. Yeah, it is climbing quite a lot. We're almost at 3,000 views. Almost at 3,000 views right now. I have to go in and actually see. Are we, like, if I go in on a completely different account, would we be on the probably on the front page? on YouTube. Yeah, yeah, we are. Looks like we're on the front page right there. We got almost 3,000 people watching right now. Okay, well, let's focus on actual trade here. So we're long on USD CHF right here. Now, I do like what we're getting here, break and retest of this level for USD CHF. The 1 minute structure is obviously the 1 minute structure here kind of broke down. It's not really what I wanted to see here for USD CHF, but looking at the 5 minute, we do have a clean retest of this level, and we can now also go out to the 1 hour, and we can see that we have below 20 minutes for this to be a confirmed breakout on the 1 hour. I do think that we are still in the danger zone of getting a rejection here, a fake out. Obviously, we do have here on the 15 minute. Let's remove the trend line here, and let's remove the long setup here as well. You can see that is a very clear doji candle right here on the 50-minute, telling us that there's a lot of indecision on this breakout. There's indecision between buyers and sellers, or equilibrium. Maybe there's not a lot of indecisions between buyers and seller. Maybe we can just call it, there's there is actual agreement on price as well, because we're trading within a very small range right here. We had LJ coming in the background, and then he left as quickly as he joined. Okay, so 1 minute looking a bit messy, but what I like with the 1 minute, it's still like it's a low time frame range on that level right there. And then we have on the 1 minute here, on the 5 minute, we do have a nice looking break and retest right here. Okay, Victor says we have a lot of views, and it's because I am so handsome. And thank you, Victor. Thank you.
I'm still in a buy.
And now Michael says, Jonatan versus Anastasiia. I think we know who's the handsomest. I think it's weird conversation. That's weird, Mike. That's a weird conversation to have. Yep, just putting it out there. Right. Okay. So, what are we trading? Guys? What are we trading? I'm long USD CHF with about a risk of 1% currently, up about $100 currently.
I'm long on USD CHF. I am short on GBP USD still on the 6B, long on USD CHF, short on 6S, and someone was asking about the US oil analysis. Let me pull this comment up in the chart. So here, Omar is asking, can you make the US oil analysis? Definitely, most definitely. So let's go to the CL and have a look at that. So if we look at the high time frame, well, that's exactly what basically you're talking about, right? Because of the escalation in the eastern region, the oil prices skyrocketed for the past week. So what we see here is that the price did break majority of the high volume nodes. So the volume is below the price now. So majority of the volumes is here, which means that big players will enter in the market when the escalation was happening, right? And to be able to push the price higher. Now, what we see here is that the price is currently retesting the point of control of the week and coming back to this high volume node. So this looks like a clean buy setup to me, actually, for US oil. Now, I'm looking at the future, so you'll probably need to adjust the levels, because the US oil, if you trade the CFDs, the prices are going to be slightly different, right? However, it does look like a clean buy setup. So we are retesting this high volume node here. We are retesting the point of control of the week. We are retesting the developing point of control of the week, and it moved, like we see that it shifted with the price. So the price went above the developing point of control here, and the developing point of control moved higher right now and acting as a support for the price, which is quite a good signal also for the bullish momentum continuation. Now, we did have the try for the price try to break 75.90 several times already. So the first target I would be placing around the same level. If going long, because there is a chance that the price is going to try again and be pushed back down. And we are waiting still for the deal between the nuclear deal between the US and Iran, which is going to be most likely achieved or not achieved in the next 24 hours, 48 hours tops. And this is also going to be affecting the prices of oil, just like it's going to affect the prices of gold later on. So I would be going long on oil. The first level where I would expect the price to reverse is approximately 75.90, somewhere here. And then if we go a little higher, then mostly probably around 77.00. So, and then would be looking for a short. Now, if the deal is going to be achieved, we're going to have a short move, right? We need to know about that. So the nuclear deal is going to be achieved, the escalation is going to be calming down, and then we are most likely going to see the short. So in the next 24 hours to 48 hours, we also might see this, but this is going to depend if the deal is reached, which is for now seems to be unlikely, but let's see. That's oil.
Okay.
Long for about yes, 400 ticks still, 300 to 400 ticks, which is quite a lot.
We got a breakout on another low time frame breakout on USD CHF, so it's looking good right here. We got on the 5 minute right here. Let me just switch over. Let me know, guys, if you want anything else to look at. We have Anastasiia here, ready to do her volume analysis, and we got myself here to do other sorts of analysis. You guys don't want to see my analysis anyway. You just want to see Anastasiia's analysis, which I totally respect because she's a very good analyst using volume. And I'm always very impressed with your analysis. I was going to say like and subscribe, but you know what? We already have so many likes and so many subscribers that feel free to subscribe and like if you want to. Actually, no, like do it. Just do it. Go in, subscribe, and hit that like. And you guys, we're almost at 75K subscribers on the channel. We are going to do massive giveaways every 5K subscribers. Okay, so on 75K, we do a massive giveaway. When we hit 80K, we're going to do another massive giveaway. USDCHF is breaking out right now. Do you guys want me to look at TradingView or do you want me to look at MetaTrader? I'm going to answer that for you, and I will switch to MetaTrader to show you the current high stakes evaluation account that we got right here. So as you can see right here, we are long on USDCHF. We have a nice low time frame breakout here. This is on the 1 minute. As you can see here on MetaTrader, we have a target of $2,273. If I am able to get that target in, I will not even be a break even. So it's not that fun. It's not that fun, guys. I'm still going to be in a drawdown on this evaluation, but at least it will bring me closer to that target. Now that we have another swing point or another higher swing point right here, I'm thinking that we might want to adjust this and move stop loss a little bit higher. So what I'm going to do here, as soon as that local high breaks to the upside, if USDCHF can manage to break that level to the upside, I will move my stops below these levels right here. Guys, so everyone joining here, everyone who's joining right now, we got a lot of new people joining the live stream. I would like to ask you a small favor, a small thing from you. You means the world to us. Hit that like and subscribe. And if you're subscribing, make sure that you do hit that bell notification button so that we can notify you all whenever we go live. We are live every Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday and Thursday, and hopefully soon Fridays as well, from 8:30 GMT till 2 GMT. A lot of people coming in and going in this live stream. We have about 10 people, part of the live trading team here that is able to come in and help you out with trading related questions and show them their trading strategy not every day of the week. We're taking a break on Friday, but almost every day of the week. Okay, so this is UCHF here. I like what I'm seeing. I think we have initiated a bigger breakout. There we go. That's the breakout. Here we go. That's the low time frame breakout right here. If we can get a sustained move above this low time frame level, I'm gonna start adjusting my my stop loss right here. If Mike and LJ is watching, because I hope they do, if you're watching, you feel free to jump on a little bit earlier, because I need to jump off for a quick meeting. So if you guys want to come on and keep Anastasiia company while I am in the background doing other things, feel free to do so. Right. Okay. What are we thinking, Anastasiia? Breakout or fake out?
What do you mean? The breakout, of course. I was waiting for this breakout.
Nice.
Look at that. Look, like this is basically what the going. So I was expecting the pullback here, but seems like we are going quite strong back to the upside. So it doesn't look like a fake out for me at all. Like we still have 8 minutes for the candle to close, but if the body of the candle closes anywhere higher than the previous week, I am confident that this is a breakout and we're gonna have the continuation to the upside. The same for the 6S. Like like if you look at the 6S, does it look bearish or bullish for you right now? Like if you look at the reverse chart.
Oh, that is very bearish.
This is very bearish, and this is the opposite to USD-CHF. So we are this is. I'm confident in this trade actually. Like
we have a question.
Yeah.
So we have a question that been asked a couple of times here in the comments, asking about our lot size. Like, what's the average lot size? Like, I don't know. Like that's not something that I really do care about when it comes to lot sizes. All I care about is because I'm trading many different accounts, and those accounts have different values. Like maybe one account has 10K, another one has 100K. So the lot sizes between these accounts will be very different. But all I care about is the combined risk of the system that I'm trading. So I don't think about lot sizes. All I think about is risk, and I don't really look at my P&L. I don't really care about the dollar value of the account or the dollar value of the loss or the profit. All I care about is percentages and risk to reward ratio. So the quicker you forget about the dollar value of your accounts and your P&L, your unrealized P&L and all of that, the quicker you forget about that and just focus on percentages and think in terms of probabilities and statistics instead of just money, you'll have a much easier time figuring out your risk management strategy and things like that. So the risk management strategy that I'm using is the one that Victor has taught me, and I do highly recommend that you go to the YouTube channel and search for risk management, and you're going to get a webinar from Victor, like a full long 1 hour long webinar where he explains his risk management strategy in great detail. And I would argue that for a retail trader trading prop firms, it's the best risk management strategy that you can use in your trading. If you have a profitable system and you follow Victor's risk management, statistically, it should not be possible to lose that account, okay? Because it's based on the max drawdown of your system, and then looking at your available drawdown in your account. And if you have a profitable system, then you will not lose the account with that risk management strategy. It is statistically not possible to do so unless you start making mistakes that are outside of the system, or that you've calculated things incorrectly. But I highly recommend that you do check that out. Right. Okay. So what are your thoughts on that, Anastasiia? Do you calculate your lot sizes? Do you look at that? Like how what's your view on that?
Like how it depends, right? How, like, sometimes my trade is gonna have 15 ticks.
Whoa,
stop.
Who's that? Get the mic, the big mic.
The magic mic.
What's up, man?
Magic is coming. Right, okay, now let's stop with this madness of all these likes, all right, and all these viewers, okay? Let's just bring this down, right? I'm coming in to test this. If this is...
We got 4,000 people watching us.
if this is real, right?
Hi, Mom.
And me joining is gonna fall, right? So me jumping in, right? Everyone can go away now, right? That's it. Okay, that's all bored
What are you
now.
talking about? Like,
If it's bots, then it'll just keep
when you
going.
get on, the viewership spike. Like we have the peak viewership is when you and LJ is doing live trading.
It's the
But
comedy
now
value
it's
that we
just you
provide.
though. Now it's just you here. So let's see.
Yeah, but I'm here with Anastasiia. So last time I was
Yeah.
here with Anastasiia, we pumped up the likes like no business, and I wasn't even on stream. So just saying.
I
But
dropped a couple of
anyway.
hundreds, but that's no problem. We got 4,000 left. Whatever, guys.
Look at the USD/CHF though.
Yeah, let's go.
Breaking out. Now, if
Make some money. Let's make some demo money. Let's make some evaluation money so that we can
make some paper dollars.
Think about buying a Lambo sometime in the future.
If it's gonna break the lows, I'm gonna add to the position.
Break the lows? Oh wait,
this is 6S. Okay, it's USD/CHF. It's gonna break the highs. I'm gonna add to the position. Like I'm talking about futures, right? So.
Right. Okay.
Here, there we go. It's okay, It's okay. Don't worry.
Yeah, I'm like, wait a minute. What are we talking about here?
I think you might get a pullback at the moment. I'm looking. You might see a pullback just now because it took the high that it took was a perfect equal high on the 15-minute. So I think it will come down for a bit because there's still major liquidity further down. But I'm overall looking at 81.88 as targets for longs. But you guys generally, I don't know. I feel like this might just be a part of the bigger move, actually pushing down. So we're just being a pull back up before we sell off again. Whether that happens today or not, I don't know.
Nonsense. We don't want to hear that. We don't want to hear that. In this live stream,
all
we care about is everyone, like, if we are in a position, all we care about is views that are confirming our bias. Okay, like anything else is just nonsense.
But apparently you don't care about size either. Is that right?
Okay, Mike,
size doesn't matter for you?
I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked Jonatan. Does this look bearish for you or bullish?
That's bullish to Mike. Definitely bullish to Mike.
I agree, but what I'm saying is coming down to that level there where you've got your TP, I'm then looking for longs.
Yeah, of course I'm looking for longs as well afterwards.
Yeah, me too. But that's the TP, right? Like we're going long into resistance, aren't we? We're not buying resistance.
I'm looking for another 30 to 45 pips move to the upside on USD/CHF, and then a short.
Question is, does it happen before the news?
Yes.
You reckon?
That's your answer.
And then the news sells it off, do you think?
I want to update you all on the graphic card situation.
How many times have you stepped on it? You stepped on it at least 10 times.
For those of you who are new here, I have now peeled off the plastic around the GPU. So we got one step closer. What we're gonna do today is we're gonna peel this off as well. So we're even one more step closer.
This is the slowest installation of a graphics card I've ever seen in my life.
Listen. This is the first time this has ever been done. Yeah. Why do they do this though? Like, why do they? Okay, so I gotta pull this out. There's like some things here in the HDMR thing here.
LJ's not even noticed you, mate. He's not even paying attention.
Look at that, LJ, looking good. I see you got winter in Australia.
I got some more hats for Anastasiia. So
LJ, you didn't choose the hat today. So
I don't have the cowboy one for today.
I think you are missing the cap on top of all of those. Another one on top.
Need the pink cap on top.
Like the pink one would perfectly suit here.
Well, as soon as you came on, the views went from 4K to 5K. Obviously, they love hats.
It's amazing.
See, do I have a hat?
Are we going to trade hats? Is that what we're going to do? Let's just trade some hats.
The viewers are as tall as my hats right now. You know.
Okay, we're gonna do a poll. We're gonna do a poll.
LJ wears many hats. He does wear many hats.
Okay, should LJ get another hat? Yes or no?
That's a good poll. That's a good poll.
Yes.
Okay, should LJ get another hat? Yes or no? Go into the comment section right now and answer that poll. Yes or no? We have right now. We have one. Okay, 80. Yeah. Yes. Got like 75% says yes. I would like to talk to the ones who says no. What's the reasoning behind that?
Yeah. What's the reasoning? What
too much of a distraction from the the trading stuff that we're trying to do.
All right, so we got over 5,000 people.
The brain chips, the computers are stored in here for me to do my calculations for the markets.
Where's the pink?
I would like to welcome everyone. We got over 5,000 people watching. I would like to welcome everyone to the 5ers live hat trading show, where we do talk about trading most of the time. Sometime we do also have LJ on, and
he brings the serious edge to things.
Definitely.
Yeah. All right, so it looks like we do have a low time frame breakout about to happen on USD CHF. I'm gonna jump on. No, don't take the hat off, man.
No,
like,
we're
you got 91% saying that you should get more hats.
Yeah.
All right, more hats.
You need more hats.
Where is the pink?
Okay, do you have another hat?
He has. He does, Jonatan.
Yeah, get another hat. Okay, we're gonna end the poll. We have the verdict is in. 92% says yes. LJ should get another hat. That's what we're getting. Good.
Yes.
Nice. Beautiful. No, wait. Okay. Good. That is good. That is good. Throughout the live stream, we're going to see how big, like,
how big can we make LJ's head?
A tower of hats. You know.
I'm long on the hats.
Long on the hat as well. Okay, guys. Well, I would like to give you all hats off to you, LJ, and to others. I'll be back in a bit. It's gonna jump off and have a quick meeting, and I'll be back in later. All right. See you guys.
See you then, man.
There you go. And he's gone. Let's get rid of his chart as well. There we go. Oh my goodness. How are we all doing, guys? Welcome. Those of you who are new to this, this is where the chaos and the madness ensues when me and LJ join, and we just become, well, I'm a degenerate. LJ is the serious trader. You wouldn't think so looking at us, but that is the case. So yeah, this is how we trade. We got to bring some fun to it. So let us know where you
need to be able to survive the markets.
All-time high of hats. All-time high of hats. There we go. Now we're into the quant brain level. Oh, for Akram, you're so kind. You're so kind. The chaotic energy, Nora. Nora, we're hitting numbers here that we have never seen before. This is unheard of figures that we're getting on in this live stream. So LJ and I have jumped. Well, I've jumped in just to check that this isn't just because some random bots or something. But it seems you guys are loving it. 5,600 viewers on YouTube right now, which is crazy numbers, crazy numbers. I think Jonatan's. I don't think he's got a meeting. I think he's just gone to lie down because he's a bit overwhelmed from the shock of it. So yeah.
Could well be.
It could well be. That USD CHF though trade. That's a nice one, isn't it? It's a shame that I didn't hold on to it. I closed it too early. Although it is pulling back again, as I suspected it might do.
I think you were pretty reasonable in your exit. Like I said,
I thought so as well. The previous 1 hour candle opened without a wick, and so I still see that as a level that price wants to come back and take, which it might do in the move that it's making right now. If you look at the 5 minutes, it's creating a significant move down.
What's the level?
81721 on forex.com.
Okay, so I'm waiting for the price to even go here before they move to the upside. I'm going to be completely fine with that, actually.
So I'm looking at so this was the trade from earlier, looking at these lows here, bouncing away from here, but this candle here is the one where it started on the 15-minute, the 5-minute. All of those candles started with the 1 hour as well. So I'm expecting us to come down, take this level, and probably re-enter somewhere around here. In fact, you might actually get a nice re-entry because I do think we're still going long. Either that or it depends whether this 15-minute candle can hold us up or not. I'm just waiting to see where can we bounce off from. It's still long because we've also just started with this perfect equal high on the 5-minute, but this level here is probably what we're going to come and take before we push on up again. So we'll see. This is a nice area that was already marked out because I saw it on I think it was the 15-minute. Let's have a look. No, it wasn't the 15-minute. It was one of these where we had a really nice engulfing candle to the downside, which hadn't been respected, but I was still expecting a response from. So certainly looks like you might get, anyone who's looking for those longs, you might get a re-entry opportunity any minute now, really. You just got to decide where in your strategy you're comfortable putting your stop losses. I potentially, let me get rid of these because they're making me cry looking at how much more profit I could have made.
Mate,
you could theoretically
plenty fine. You could, honestly. You
could theoretically put your stops there, but it's coming for that low, isn't it? It is coming for that low, so you might want to be careful.
Yeah, I think what did we touch on earlier? Basically this kind of a move, and then dip back in the euro, pound, Aussie. Kind of seen that.
Yeah, it's taken that. It's taken that low, so it is coming for this level here, which you can see it's just tapped into, just ever so slightly. So it's now just waiting to see where would we get a reaction from. Sometimes it's just enough to take those levels and then shoot off. Otherwise, it will look for the next available kind of support zone. And for me, that probably looks something like this one here. So we'll see. So potentially new opportunity for anyone looking to get in on those buys on USD CHF. Whereabouts is your stop loss, Anastasiia?
My stop loss is only at 81,530.
Okay, so plenty of room, plenty of breathing space.
The tight stop losses that you put, Mike, just puts my adrenaline, like it spikes my adrenaline levels so high every time.
You should honestly.
How is it possible to trade with a stop loss of 1 to 2?
Let me. We're on the same page. To be honest.
Let me just go back.
Mike scares me, dude.
Yeah, so, I know, right? It does.
Look at this, right? So we were on stream earlier, right? And Raphael, I don't know if he's in the chat or not. Raphael basically at this point here, right? He said, "Oh, Mike, that trade looks really good." And then literally the next 1 minute candle did that. And I said, "Thanks, Raf. That's really kind of you, Raf." But fair enough to price actually held, and this was why my stops were below this, was because it held this level here. Tapped into it and then shot off. So yeah, it was a bit of a hairy moment, but it held on. It held on just. So yeah, but there you go. It's taken that one and it's broken down and it's tapped past this one here. So I don't know if I like the way that it's broken past. I think you might have more movement to the downside before we get that push up. So let's see. I know a lot of people out there are going to want to watch gold. So let's see what gold has done. Gold has tapped into an earlier zone that I marked out, which was this one here.
Don't tell me that you're trading gold now.
Sorry?
Don't tell me that you're trading gold now.
Of course. Why not? Nice and shiny.
It's been consolidating for 3 days. We have. Let me give you a couple of reasons. It's been consolidating for 3 days. We have FOMC decision coming out, and US gave 48 hours for Iran to reach the nuclear deal. That's at least three reasons why you should be trading gold right now.
It's an amazing time to trade gold. It's the best time to trade gold. It's all just coiling up, ready to spring.
Mike, just give me this money. I'm gonna go to casino. Always move to gold. Chances are that the probability is going to be higher.
Maybe. No, honestly, seriously, if you look at gold right now, that on the 1 minute looks really nice for longs. It's come down, it's tapped into this area. You've got this nice structure on the 1 minute in here. Nice area. Not great on the 1 minute right this very second, but it doesn't always need to be. Nice 1-2 wicks.
I think gold is coming off.
I can see some longs.
I think it's coming off.
You reckon?
Yeah. Like, especially since we've had sort of every reason to run higher and we haven't, right? That's always like indicative. Even then today, we haven't really pushed up. So I think we've got a bit of lower prospects. Maybe I think interim will be again at that 33.70 to 60 area that we tapped into yesterday. But I can see us coming lower to 33.50 indeed at the minute. Depends on like I think the market is riding off the conflict stuff that we have going on at the minute.
Dante, honestly, Anna just puts me in my place every time and reminds me to stop being a degenerate. I'm the wild idiotic one, right? Who, in terms of his trading, I'm the wild idiotic one. LJ is the wild idiotic one with his fashion sense. And we complement each other. This is the AlphaBeta lab, basically. This is how we roll. So yeah. Yeah, guys.
I love the hats.
The hats are good, aren't they? The hats are good. The hats are good.
It's good fun.
So yeah, we're hitting just insane numbers. So guys, if you're just joining us, welcome to the 5ers live trading room. We are live every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, 8:30 a.m. GMT, all the way through to 2 o'clock GMT. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe. Look at that gold move and tell me that isn't a long. Okay, maybe not. Okay. This could be another one of those. Do you remember that NAS situation where I said, guys,
where's Raf? Raf has got to come out and just.
I need Raf to say that's a really good trade, Mike, and then just go. Ooh. Yeah. So yeah. No, do you know what? I wouldn't bet against this right now. So yeah. We're hitting giveaway numbers on the stream. Yeah, these are giveaway numbers. These are giveaway numbers.
Actually, that's a fair point.
Yeah, we are going to have a giveaway.
That like button, then you've got.
Yeah, we are already going to have a giveaway. Jonatan has confirmed it. That there will be a giveaway later. So yeah, he's just figuring out the mechanics of that. So yeah, that will be coming later on once he's got that working.
Yes,
but
yeah, make sure that you like and subscribe to be able to not miss the giveaway. And by the way, we are live every single day from Monday to Thursday. So make sure that you subscribe, hit the bell notification button to get notified when we go live every day.
Indeed.
I mean, that wasn't a stop loss that I was necessarily intentionally put, but it literally did just tap it and then off it went. But I do still think it's a nice trade. So we'll see how that one plays out, because there's nice levels of liquidity, major liquidity higher up. So you've got levels up here and where is it? Here. You've got another one up here. There's plenty of areas for price to come and retake. So we'll see. Before anyone asks, no, I'm not going to delete it from my chart to pretend that I didn't take it or anything like that. I didn't actually take it. This was just a trade idea, looking at gold, because I know that everybody loves gold. Just to be clear. All right.
I love how you completely, zoom out and you just focus on this one little piece of the chart on 1 minute time frame and completely ignore the fact that gold has been doing this for the past 3 days. And looking at this, what is your reason to set the stop loss the way you did it?
Trade the range. Trade the range.
Yeah, but I mean, even if you trade the range, the range is here. So technically your stop loss needs to go at least somewhere here.
Come on.
Just better hope he doesn't bring up the strength scores, because now you got a tag team against you, Mark. Here.
Actually, hang on a second. Let me just there we go. Here we go. Right, let's look at the strength scores then, just to discuss this and bring this up.
Oh
hang
no!
On a second. There we go.
Was talking about the NFP. I used to host something that was called the NFP Fridays, like every single Friday month. So we might bring it back on the 5ers, and have to talk with Jonatan about that.
There you go. Right now, if you want to get the NFP on, you got to go to the Discord. That is over with LJ in the Discord. So
yes, we do that
yeah.
actually. Yeah, indeed.
So live streams every Friday at 1 p.m. GMT. You can catch LJ over in the 5ers Discord. So head on over there and check that out. But the strength scores have validity, right? The Swiss franc is coming off. This is why we're stalling, right? Because we can see that the dollar is coming off as well. The Aussie dollar, that might be one to look at. What do you think? Let's have a look.
LJ, let's just leave him. Let's just leave him with his.
Just humor me, all right? Just humor me, okay? And look at it from the perspective of trying to find potential opportunities. All right, let them walk away. Look, don't cut my face off. If you're going to do that, at least leave my face on, for God's sake. Honestly, you two. Oh, you're back. Oh, okay. I don't. I'll carry on talking about strength scores. I don't care.
Affiliation with strength scores.
If you want to look for opportunity, the USD CHF trade was one that I got from the strength scores, right? Because we had where was it on the real time? It's not showing it now, but the Swiss franc was very weak and the dollar was very strong a couple of hours ago. That's where that trade opportunity came from. Wasn't that there was going to be a trade? It was just this might give you an opportunity to find something. See.
In the past,
so
Michael.
In a time machine.
No.
Yeah, in a time machine.
No. Aussie CHF, pound, dollar maybe as well.
Whoa.
Those are ones to look at today.
Like, this would be extremely useful information if I would have one of the time machines. You go back.
Just before the meter went all the way to the end, and you could just jump in there. Then that'd be beautiful.
All right, you two. All right, okay. All right, Anastasiia, just humor me here and go and have a look at Aussie CHF. All right, and tell me what you see. Go and have a look at Aussie CHF and tell me what you see.
Okay.
Is that even a real pair, Mike?
I see the short.
It's got the Aussie in it. You see a short. What about now?
Yep, right about now.
Strength scores. You're welcome.
But wait a second. You were telling the AUD was strong by your strength scores.
It's not about whether it's strong or weak. That's not the point. It's about
so the
finding
strength score meter, which
actual
shows
strength.
The currency, is not about what is strong and what is weak.
No, exactly. That's not the point. It's not about whether it's strong or weak. It's about finding currency pairs that might have divergence and give you a trade opportunity. So right now, the Aussie is looking. Where was it? The Aussie was looking strong and the Swiss was looking weak on the daily time frame on the strength scores. Go and look at those two pairs. It doesn't mean you're going to have a continuation of strength for the dollar or for the Aussie, or a continuation of weakness for the Swiss franc. That was what we're looking at. RAF is in. RAF, you have no idea how close it was to being hit to stop loss. No idea. It was literally a hair's width of being stopped out, but it didn't. So you're lucky. I'll forgive you this time, mate. I'll forgive you this time. So yeah, but Raf, I mean, you're joining the many people that are in with us today. We've got over 4,000 people with us with YouTube, which is amazing. So guys, make sure you hit that like and subscribe. We are here every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and we have an entire team of people who trade all sorts of assets across all different time frames, not just degenerates like myself who trade the 1 minute like it's going out of fashion. So so what are you doing? Why are you who's bouncing up and down? We're just bouncing up and down.
I've shorted Ord Frank for you, Mike.
Thank you. I think Anastasiia is going to do the same. But just telling you guys, you look at them and you might find opportunities. That's all you got to do.
Sure.
See how, guys, you see how they've both gone quiet because they're like, damn it, he was right.
No,
Damn it.
you were saying the opposite. You were saying go long, right?
I wasn't saying go
short.
long. I wasn't saying go long. I was saying no,
I'm not
no,
sure.
no,
Like,
no, no, no.
right?
Anastasiia, correct
You
me.
was
Am I wrong?
strong and and CHF was weak.
I said, yeah, I said that they were strong and weak, but it didn't mean that you long the Aussie dollar.
Okay, so you see that Aussie is strong, CHF is weak, and you are saying short. That makes sense.
Yeah, it does, because it means there's divergence. So therefore, they're going to come back to the mean. Doesn't mean there is an opportunity. Doesn't mean there is an opportunity. It just means go and have a look and see if there's something worth looking at. So yeah.
Raph is in the house. He's in here now. So
is it now minus 20?
Yeah, it is minus 20, and it's very sunny in here. That's why I got so many hats on.
Yeah,
just thinking about skin protection. He's just Australia,
a little bit confused.
So
he's
confused.
Need your
SPF and your sunscreen and all that, right?
Beverly, I hold them for too long. That's my problem. I hold my scalps for far too long, which is why I have been funded, 6 times and never got a payout. So my psychology is yeah, exactly. Thank you, Swing. Thank you. I bear witness that Mike was saying opportunity, not long or short. Thank you very much. Exactly.
Mike was taking just a safe distance, I'm just gonna say the opportunity.
I know.
Not get myself.
I know. Honestly, the two of them. You see how they're positioned. One's on top of them. One's below me. The two of them are just. This is bullying. This is mobbing. Right?
Exactly. It's tag team. You're getting killed right now.
Disgraceful. It's like unbelievable.
Beat up on.
Unbelievable. So yeah, we've got a few questions to re-look at gold. I don't know if it's maybe doing something at the moment. It hasn't really done much since the last time we looked at it.
No,
if I'm honest.
I think we are heading lower, honestly.
I think I agree with LJ. I think we are gonna see.
What a surprise!
I think you're gonna see at least 33.80.
It's just the strength scores. Like that's it.
Yeah, whatever. I just point out the fact that you both took a trade on Aussie CHF because of the strength scores. You two wouldn't have looked at that pair otherwise.
Actually, I didn't take the trade because I don't trade miners.
Don't trade miners. That's good. That's good.
I'm just saying it to counter your strength score theory.
Oh, really?
We'll see what happens.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay.
I don't think Ord CHF is even like a. Pretty sure that's not a real pair, is it?
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree.
What, are you training are you saying the Australian dollar doesn't exist?
Australian dollar CHF, that doesn't exist. That's imaginary, quite frankly.
Why would you, in the world of the economy, why would you exchange the Aussie dollars for the CHF?
Yeah, what is that about?
Other
side of the planet.
The Aussie dollar for the euro, for Chinese, you could exchange it for the US dollar, obviously. But why would you change it for the Swiss franc? What is it? Trade between Australia and Switzerland, Mike.
It is pretty obvious, right? Look at the way that LJ is dressed. He wants to go skiing. Where's the best skiing? There you go. That's all you need to know. All right.
Fair point. I'll give you that one.
The closest ski for him is actually in Japan, so I don't think it's
we all know that LJ is the actual governor of the Bank of Australia, so he's got plenty of money to roll around in, so he's going to go to Switzerland, do some skiing and change his money. So
that is true.
There you go.
Yeah.
Isn't the strength meter based on retail traders' vote of bullish or bearish? No. Depends on the strength meter that you use, but it is basically based upon various different formulas. Every website that does a strength meter has a different calculation, but it uses various different indicators to compile a strength score of some kind. So
yeah, generally speaking, it will be based on the same way you have the dollar index, right? You have your XYZ index for whatever other currency, and then it just depends on the weighting of that index. Various places will weight, certain further miners. Some will cut out a couple, but they all tend to come pretty in line.
Yeah. Have you seen what Aussie dollar CHF did?
Oh,
Just on
imagine the report.
Absolutely nothing at the minute, frankly.
No, but it did come down and take that that liquidity level, and now I think it might be good for longs. If it comes back and retests this area, I'd look for longs.
You look for longs, you reckon?
Yeah. Anastasiia, you still long USD CHF?
Yeah, I'm still long USD CHF.
There you go. You see, at least she agrees with me on something.
Okay.
I don't know. Was LJ in an interview somewhere? No. LJ is exclusively only here on the 5ers and on the AlphaBeta lab. So yeah, you won't find him anywhere else. So
not
swing.
on an interview. I've done a bunch of random other stuff. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah,
could be. That'd be unlikely. However, I'll put it that way. So.
What's happened to the NAS and the S&P?
Yeah, I think we've pulled back a little bit after having that bit of a run up. I would just say that's sort of pre-positioning per the Fed later, obviously. We're just naturally in that range. If we consider the ATR per the past couple of days as well, it's probably just a natural point to pull back after, as you can see, up for the past couple of hours, right? Yeah. So I wouldn't say anything crazy. It's just natural stochastic.
First trader, you're confusing him with Tom Selleck. That's what it is. You're confusing him with Tom Selleck with the with mustache.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Somebody earlier said it's like a dad against kids versus dad. Yeah, exactly, Dante. That's exactly what this is. And the dad is then pulling out references to old actors that the kids then don't know who they are. That's precisely what this is.
LJ,
it's not as pronounced today because of the whole greater outfit.
You're distracting from the mustache with all the hats. So yeah. Anastasiia, we've got born in 2944 from the future, wants to know USD JPY, your opinion on it. If they're from the future, they should already know, but I guess they're testing you by the looks of it.
Let's have a look at this, but I have a question to LJ afterwards about NQ and S&P. USD JPY for me is bullish, I'd say, probably. Wait a second. Let's have a look at that. Yeah, for now, definitely, I would be looking for the bullish continuation. Maybe a little pullback down and then continuation to the upside for USD JPY in this zone somewhere.
I concur, just so you know, if that changes your perspective.
What?
I said I agree if that changes your perspective at all.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't change my perspective. Does not change my perspective. I had it already here. So now I'm actually expecting the price to continue to the upside. I didn't take this trade, but the price is right above the majority of the high volume nodes as well here. Now, the only things that I don't like is the price is bouncing back from 145.5. So let me check 6J. Now I check futures sometimes just to reevaluate my ID on the Forex pairs. That was something random. I wouldn't trade it yet right now. I'd say I am bullish on USD JPY, so bearish on 6J, but I would wait until the price goes well below. So I'd wait for something like this. I don't think it's yet ready. So I'll wait for the break of the previous low, then pull back, and then the sell. So for USD JPY, it would look the same way, just in the opposite direction. So something like this. Because we have volumes below, but the current developing point of control of the week is trying to switch with the price places. So I would wait for something like this, a break, the retest of the high volume node, and then the continuation. So for right now, I'd say away from that one.
Yeah.
Why is LJ smiling so much? I want to know what's that?
No, completely something else. But no, I was talking to Dirk just earlier about dollar yen, about some of the forward outlooks, because we both had very much the larger I guess, fundamental aspect, looking at ultimately dollar yen coming off, right? Recently, since we've had decent support, there's this kind of rising trend line through on dollar yen that has continually, every time we've tapped into it, been bought up. And then per some of the data recently, that kind of thing, we've seen that lower inflation numbers, both in the US and then in Europe as well, primarily due to the energy input prices, right? So now, obviously, as well, we've got the conflict stuff going on, which has risen some of these price input implications, right? So from here, could we see a bit of a leveling of inflation, and then the forward subsequent numbers coming in a bit higher, and then thus that would actually rotate things like dollar yen to the upside, dollar complex in general, as the Fed sits on its hands a bit longer. That's what we were basically debating and trying to go over recently. However, that said, every time that dollar yen has come up, it's very much had that propensity to still sell off. So very much the dollar selling narrative is in play at the minute. So we were trying to debate exactly how long the conflict goes on for, the lasting implications, and where that ends up. And obviously, per view, this evening with the Fed, I think, however, they'll have to iterate that these numbers have come down. The tariffs from Trump have not brought inflation higher. You've had a weakening consumer, and then obviously the non-farms as well are slightly starting to weaken. Nothing worrying or anything, but slightly coming off. So I think right now, with dollar yen, with the euro, where they are, I think over the next, call it 4 to 6 weeks, will be very pivotal per that next 3-month kind of direction for the dollar, which means you could get some large breaks either side of, say, 400 points or so at the minute. So I think today is definitely the first test for that, as far as there's potentially some very good swing ideas, swing trades, or else to play it incrementally intraday as we layer into one of those higher or commensurately lower zones. So it's interesting that your tilt is to the upside now. So
it is, but I'm expecting that it might go down lower depending on what press conference is going to be about, and if the building permits are going to indeed come out at the forecast at approximately the same level. So for now, the forecast for the building permits and the housing starts is approximately similar to the previous numbers. And for me, that's going to be one of the first signs for what inflation is going to be doing, because then it's a snowball effect afterwards. So I'm going to first look into this, and then you can predict more or less what is going to be said on the press conference, because we know the effect of what is Trump doing already. We can see it. I don't think they the rate are most likely going to be kept, right? It's 99.9% probability. So there is there always is there 0.01% for the mistake.
Yeah, it's basically impossible, right? The Fed doesn't want to upset the apple cart.
Yeah,
that kind of thing. Yeah,
exactly. So I'm bullish, but not yet. I would love to see some confirmations from the technical side to go along first. But what is your opinion on NASDAQ actually and S&P? Because I am short on those. We talked about this an hour ago, and I'm short on both in general.
Yeah, so I've also got it up for myself. So per where we are right now, I'll say intraday, it definitely does look kind of short. I think the trouble with it, given the Fed ahead, however they communicate, seems to be a relatively Goldilocks outcome for stocks or for indices, whatnot. Somewhat similar to what we had with the non-farm payroll prior. So they'll have to have some recognition of the inflation inputs from tariffs not really feeding through at this point. Inflation overall being definitely lower. You've got the job side of things gradually weakening, and you've also seen a bit of stress on the consumer recently, right? So I think they will have to reiterate that. They have to update their forward outlook and kind of the dots and all that kind of thing, and their measurements for the forward expectation for these these numbers. And so if they are going off, as they say, and they do tend to take the data as it comes, right, they will have to acknowledge that. Question then forward being, do they still rehash the idea of seeing potentially sticky inflation or some kind of stagflation type thing creeping in and then keeping them higher for longer, right? Obviously, we've got the conflict and that kind of stuff going on at the minute. I don't necessarily expect that to last all that long. The market seems to be thinking that as well. And then, so the Fed themselves, do they try and sit on their hands and rehash what we got, or is there going to be a slight tilt to one side or the other? Now, whichever way that comes, I see that as relatively Goldilocks for indices. So even if we get a temporary dip initially off, say, the pre-statement before Powell takes questions or something like that, I would most likely see that as a entry point to buy and seek a further rally from here. The other points, particularly with the NASDAQ, I will say we have had quite a rally from the lows from the Trump tariffs and everything. And obviously no one wants to miss out. As like a large institutional portfolio manager or something like that, you had a 22% drawdown. Since then, it's roughly a 30% equivalent rise. And that's pretty much your returns for the year, right? So no one wants to miss out. And as it is where we stand, hedge funds, a number of institutions, all that kind of stuff are very much either short or just not fully invested in tech, for instance, or the big players. So per that standpoint there as well, I can definitely see further upside for something like the NASDAQ and ultimately breaking the highs and making some kind of new territory.
Are you looking for the dip first and then move to the upside, or looking rather for the upside immediately on today's attempts? Because I'm looking for some this basically. I'm even looking for them to maybe even break the lows, take cause some panic, and then continue to go to the upside.
Yeah, definitely. That is what I have been looking for a while now, probably for about a week and a half or 2 weeks or something. And despite that, we've kind of kept this high range, as you can see on the chart here. So that's my only, I guess, curiosity point there. That I mean, technically, plus everything else going on, it seems as though we had every reason to sort of pull off a bit. Just even a little, maybe 2.5%, 3%, something like that. But we haven't. So that's the only portion that is giving me doubt as to whether we might actually see that pullback. And I would say in part that's due to the data coming out the way it has. It's been relatively good. To be honest, nothing is falling apart. There's been a few weak points, but that's just in line with what we should have expected to see at this point. So I would love to see a pullback. I just don't necessarily know whether we're going to get it.
Uh-oh. All right, guys. How's it going?
Good.
So the man is back.
Yeah, we got 400 likes quite quickly. So we're going to give away for 5 high stakes account. So we're going to give away 5K high stakes account. Now, if you look at the likes, so they've got we got 2,268 likes. Now, if we are able to get that like to 3,000, we will double the giveaway, and we're going to give away 10 5K high stakes account. Now, that's not a bootcamp account. This is a high stakes account. It's pretty nice little account we got there. 5 high stakes account. It's going to be a given away. If we're able to bring that likes number up to 3K, we're going to double that and give away 10 5K high stakes accounts. All right. How are we doing with that USD CHF trade?
We moved on from that. It got boring.
Yeah.
For me.
Got pretty boring, but still looks pretty good. Still a bullish trend. I like what I'm seeing. I'm still long. Almost hit my stop loss, but I'm okay with that.
Okay, I can see height on dollar franc to like 82, right? I just don't know if we'll get it now or a bit of a further retracement first.
We're definitely getting it. Definitely getting it now. What are we saying about gold? Is anyone trading gold?
I was looking at a long on gold earlier.
Good.
That's
I like that.
ridiculous. But you're waiting for the gold. Long on gold.
So this was the long on gold that I suggested earlier that didn't play out. But this would have, if I wasn't watching it at the time, but this would have been the other one that I would have looked at. Coming back to retest this area, retest this wick, and push on up, and come back to retest these 2 wicks here. Would have played out quite nicely.
Cam, I would call it more like a bet than a prediction. You know?
How was it a bet? I know I'm a degenerate, but I'm not that much of a degenerate, surely. You know, I mean, my goodness, this is just.
Yeah, how many hats do we have on LJ? Do you have more hats?
He has 1, 2, 3,
I got
4.
like
4
5
today. Oh, 5.
Okay,
well,
so
the beanie's a hat, right, as well, right? So it's 5.
All right, so if we reach 3, we're currently at the 2.3K likes. The likes numbers are going up quite dramatically. If we do hit that 3K, not only are we going to give away 10K, not 10K accounts, 10 accounts instead of 5 accounts. We will also be adding a little bit onto that. We'll be adding 1 extra cap on LJ's head. How about that? How about that, guys?
We can do that.
How about that?
For what exactly? What do they need to do?
Hit the like. 3K likes. That's what we're aiming for.
3,000
3K
likes.
likes.
3,000
hats.
Okay.
What about we add 1 more hat for every 100 likes? I'm not sure LJ has so many.
I don't think he doesn't have that many hats. I know he doesn't have that many hats.
How many hats do you have?
I've got a few. We could actually try this.
He'll end up putting paper bags on his head like I did once.
He does.
Okay, so you do have. Okay, so
I've got a very Australian hat as well that Henry will recognize, maybe, or maybe not. But I think he would understand.
Camille, you clearly missed out earlier that we had like 6,000 viewers earlier. So people are coming in all the time. So easily done. All those people that are in there right now haven't necessarily
right.
liked
Okay,
it.
so for every 100 likes, we'll be adding another cap to LJ's head. And that would be 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. If I'm not mistaken, that would be 7 extra hats. You have 7 hats laying around.
LJ, do you want a minute just to check you've got that many hats?
Like you can figure out. You do have a cat around as well, so maybe put
the cat on the head. Yeah.
We hit 5K likes. You're gonna see LJ with a cat on his head. Yep.
Brilliant.
What was it I said earlier, that the chaos will ensue? There you go.
Yep.
No, Amal, we do currently have 5 accounts we're going to give away. So currently you're at 5 accounts. We're going to be giving away 5 accounts. But if you do hit the 3K, we're going to double that to 10 accounts. All right, guys. Well, I would love to stay around, but I need to get some lunch and maybe smoke a cigar, something, and.
I told you guys, he's off to celebrate the fact that we've hit so many likes and hit so many viewers. That's what it is. He needs to go lie down and rest.
No, I will celebrate when we have a cat on LJ's head. That's when I will celebrate.
That's a good goal. That's a good goal.
That is a good goal. Guys, so what are you celebrating today? Well, I'm celebrating a cat on the head. Cat on head. It's cat on head. And officially, the 18th of June will be called Cat on Head Day. Cat on LJ's Head Day. Yeah, nice. Cats on Head Day. Officially. Gonna make it a day in the trading communities. If you have a head, if you got a cat, never mind. I'll be.
We're gonna have to come in with like cat merch next time as well. Just fully catted up, right? All over.
Yeah. All right. I will. I'm gonna leave, and I'll be back later. All right. By the way, guys, we got Saul, the CEO of this company, coming on live scalping. That's gonna be fun. It's gonna be me, Saul, and Victor diving deep into the market, trying to most likely make money. See what we can find. All right, guys. See you guys later.
See ya.
Yeah,
Smoked moose heart sandwich sounds amazing. I love smoked moose heart. Actually, really, really good. Okay. See you soon.
God damn.
Oh dear. See you later, mate. Oh my goodness. I'm just looking at NAS at the moment. It's come and taken this low and now pushing higher. I'm not sure I quite like it. I mean, I don't know.
I'm still tipping as far as everything tonight with the Fed and stuff. I am still tipping indices as the clearest trade, at least how I'm seeing things now, right? Unless we get some kind of random disruption of structure per the employment data later, just the week-on-week claims, and then housing starts. Obviously, week-on-week claims in particular have, I mean, a lot of people write them off because they've been very consistent, but they are a very highly watched piece because it is one of those few high-frequency data pieces that we actually have leading into employment. So hence, given that consistency, if at any point we do get a deviation that is substantive in any form, then you could see reaction from there. But yeah, I still like the indices. I still like NAS, to be honest. I don't feel as though I get the same conviction from, say, where euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie dollar, dollar yen, anything like that is sitting right now. I feel like the dollar complex is a little bit, I don't know, up for grabs, or a bit more of a coin toss at the minute. So that would be where my lean is, at least.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I would tend to agree with you. I think we've got I think we've got more upside potentially. If we look at it on the 4 hour, we've got this area here where we have reacted from in the past. But I do like longs. I've got to say I do like longs. So we'll see.
I was planning to maybe sell it now, but I'm going to be waiting for the low to be broken. If we break the low here, we break all of these high volume nodes here, value area low, I'm going to be selling it towards 21,650 somewhere. And if it just bounces back from here, I'm going to stay away from this.
Do you look at options at all, Anastasiia? Given you obviously track vol for like futures and that sort of stuff. Do you ever look at options, Premier, and that sort of thing? Or not really?
Not really.
Interesting. All right.
Alrighty. Guys, make sure you hit that like. We get ourselves
we need more hats on my head. Need more hats.
Every 100 likes.
I can create 100 YouTube accounts to hit the 100 likes.
We got 2,300 likes by the looks of things. Hang on, let's just make sure that I'm not misreading that. Still 2,300. Get us up. Every 100 that we get, there's another hat that goes on LJ's head. If that isn't motivation enough, then the other motivation is get to 3,000, and there'll be 10 accounts being given away later on in the stream. Already, Jonatan has confirmed that there will be 5 being given away later on today. So make sure you stick around. Make sure you hit that like and subscribe. And let's see if we can break some more records, which would be amazing to see today. Alrighty, Anastasiia, are you sticking around? I feel like we've hooked you into our ABL session.
Yes, I'm gonna leave you guys in 5 minutes.
That's what I thought.
But I'm gonna be in the back because I really want to see the more hats coming in live. Can't miss that.
Yeah, I'll have to take a minute to jump up and grab some, because I do have a couple more over there, so I'll have to jump up and grab a couple.
Yeah, exactly. Alrighty, let's go have a look at Bitcoin, because we haven't looked at Bitcoin much today. Pulling down over the last pretty much this morning, and I still think we can go lower. I don't know what you guys think, but I feel as though we've still got this cluster around the 101 daily as well. Nothing really saying significant strength. I could see us coming down even to the 98, 99, that kind of area as well. So So yeah, there you go. We're going to give away 5K high stakes accounts today. So yeah, and we will if we reach 3,000 likes, we will double that and give away 10 accounts. So so make sure you get in on that. So yeah. But what do you guys think about Bitcoin? What's your instinct telling you?
Yeah, Bitcoin. So, I mean, yeah, it's we've touched on it before as like a investment type vehicle. I think at this point is fair to say. I mean, crypto in general has so much like angst around it, right? If Bitcoin comes down from 110 to 105, people are going like, oh, is it ending? It's gonna, we're going back to 90 or something, right? And completely forgetting that we're at 70. And we ran up to 110, you've got like a 50% run up right there, right? And then they freak out over like a 2.5% or 3% drop, right? So I think that's very much the nature at the minute with Bitcoin. I think it's still going to be incremental run up. I think you do have propensity now, since Bitcoin has positioned itself up there, and it's not really going too heavily. Just the nature of I guess crypto investing / trading, you might see some of the secondaries have slight outperformance. So there'll be your Solanas, even Ethereum, even though I think it's a bit dead, right? Those kind of your secondary cryptos outperforming on a relative basis, at least where we are now in the near term. But yeah, just hold it and do nothing. To be honest, as boring as that is, that's just the truth.
Sit in your hands and wait. Sit in your hands and wait. Absolutely right. That is exactly it. Alrighty, guys. Those of you just joining us, welcome to the 5ers live trading room. We are live every weekday, Monday to Thursday, but every Friday you can still catch myself and LJ over on the AlphaBeta Lab. So we'll be talking a little bit about that very, very shortly. Anastasiia, I'm going to put you on the spot. What are you going to leave everybody with? What should they look at today?
I'm waiting for 100 likes actually to see the breakout on the hat index, but seems like we are not getting it yet. So I really hope I'm gonna leave on that note, but I'm gonna. No. Because it seems like we are hitting resistance. But for the Bitcoin, actually, I'm buying Ethereum more than Bitcoin. Like compared to the amount of like the price of the Bitcoin, the percentage that we can go up, I don't think it's relevant to, for example, Ethereum that can increase much more. So I'm more long on their altcoins than on Bitcoin itself. I don't think we're gonna see a massive drop, to be honest with you, because if we would already see when the conflict escalated in the East. So because the risk asset would already start dropping now, we still see the indices, like LJ said before, and Bitcoin also climbing up, which means that conflict is most likely not going to last long, or at least not scaling higher and getting out of the control. So I'm long, but I'm long on the altcoins. I'm long on Ethereum and a couple of other things, not Bitcoin itself, because I just don't see the point for myself. Although obviously, if you are already holding Bitcoin for quite a while and you bought it at a good point, like keep holding it, right? Why would you sell it then? Then it's
of course.
Yeah, so that's what I'm doing. Yeah, that's my view on the Bitcoin. Although I don't trade crypto intraday, I think it's quite wild, and you really need to be able to know what to do with it. It's and that's not me. It's completely not my thing.
Yeah, it's a very high energy, high dopamine type of assets to trade, isn't it? So just the kind of thing that I should trade actually. But anyway, I think I'm too much. I'm enough. Exactly, I'm enough of a degenerate as it is without me going into trading, scalping Bitcoin. So yeah.
Okay, well, this is GBP/USD. I'm gonna head out now, but this is GU. I was in a sell and I still am, and I'm aiming for approximately 1 to 8 on this one, and it now went into profit. So I'm going to be holding that for those of you who've been watching for a while. And right now for NASDAQ, I'm waiting for the break of the level. So it's getting quite close. The level I'm looking at is 21,945 as futures, or you can just mark up the previous lows weeks here. If we break this, the candle on the 30-minute time frame can close below this line, I'm going to be shorting NASDAQ. But let's see.
Interesting.
USD CHF also looking very nice right now, with some nice bullish momentum coming in. Looking like a good one there. Only thing that slightly concerns me is on the 1 minute it started with a perfect double bottom, so it may just be a fake out. One to watch for sure. But I know you've got a lower stop loss, so I'm sure you will be fine, Anastasiia. As you always are. Alrighty, guys, we're going to quickly reset, and we will be back right after this. Anastasiia, a delight as always. I look forward to our Thursday morning duet, whatever you want to call it, tomorrow morning. So we will see you again tomorrow, I hope.
I'll see you tomorrow. LJ, love the trend on the hats. Keep it up.
Indeed. I'll pick up some more. We'll get some more variation as well. Keep it going.
Thank you, guys. See you tomorrow.
Cheers, guys. Take
See
care.
you later.
And we are back, guys. This is now the AlphaBeta takeover session. You would think that it would be me and LJ, but he has just run off to take care of something very quickly, and he'll be back with us very, very shortly. But we are still doing a giveaway later, so make sure that you are liking and subscribing. Once we hit 3,000 likes, then we'll be giving away 10 accounts of 5K high stakes. So don't miss out on that. Let's have a quick look. Somebody saying that there was a fall on the NAS. There sure was. That was, I think, what Anastasiia was looking at. Now, when we were talking about it earlier, I actually saw this move here in this zone, and I did think, oh, that's a nice opportunity to sell. Getting in somewhere like that, stops just here, and selling down to this zone. That would have been a nice trade. Certainly looking like a nice opportunity on that one. So yeah. And Camille, who knows why? But yeah. The link, Smithy, it will be posted shortly. So it is coming. So be patient. You just got to hang around, and we'll be doing the giveaway very, very soon. So yeah, would have been a really nice trade on the NAS right there, LJ. I think Anastasiia called it, although I think she was saying that she was going to get in once we saw a break of the lows in this area. So if I'm not mistaken, she was looking for breaks of this area and to then sell.
Yeah, so I think where we've come to now, it's pretty much midpoint of the range that we've had, right? From today, we kind of gap down at rollover, right? So right now we're about just sort of fair value around the open, really. So from here, I'd potentially look at longs, at least as far as today's activity, what we have on the cards. From here, but I can see the reasoning for shorts as well, but I'm just not sure given the what we have ahead of today. So.
Yeah. USD CHF guys, yeah, it is after that initial pump on the 1 minute here, it is now coming off quite significantly and looking very, very bearish in actual fact. Yeah, I mean, look, we've got this cluster of liquidity, major liquidity down below, and that 15-minute candle on the 1 hour has closed along with the 5-minute candle as well, suggesting that bears are still in control of this right now. So yeah, it looks like sellers might be in. I'm not sure how far they're going to hold though. It might be until here if this acts as support for leaving this for later. We still have this perfect double top on the 5-minute up at this level, and the fact that we broke this structure also suggests that we might go higher. So yeah, let's see. You can see there already we're getting that reaction on the 5-minute bouncing off. Yeah, look at that. Massive move, massive 1 minute candle. Yeah,
We're seeing euro come off, Aussie dollar come off, pound dollar come off right now. So yeah, all in line at the minute. This kind of goes further to what I was saying before about not having particular conviction, just per the levels where we are as far as FX trades for this evening. Obviously, unless you're trading just the interim structure on the lower time frame, 5-15 minute right now, then you can be going all right. But if you're forward looking to carry something over the rest of the session or the trading day in towards the Fed, it's very much a bit unclear at this point. Which is why I was saying things like indices seem to have a bit more construction, I guess, or better entry points from where we are. I definitely do like your dollar franc trade from today. I do still see more height on it to 82, just like we sort of talked about 81, 80 to 85 or something, pausing somewhere in that vicinity, pulling back. We seem to have had that now, and maybe now is when we get that further run. And thus potentially, I guess the euro, the pound down towards the lows from earlier today, basically where we opened, right? When I look at them, I'm not 100% convinced on that. However, the dollar yen also seems to have found some support just here. So we could see a bit more dollar upside.
Yeah, Cam, that's quite right. So those of you who are just joining, so the original trade that I was looking at was getting in all the way over here, in fact. So it was a long at, where did I see it? It was a long, I think it was here, if I'm not mistaken. Something along those lines. Stops just below here. Now, that could have been the trade, potentially. But actually, if I'd held it, I mean, initially my TP was up here. So it would have been a nice 8 to 9R. So yeah. He's back and he's changed location. What's happened, Jonatan?
All right. So apparently YouTube said it's too many likes, guys. Too many likes. Let's do something about that. So now we're at 1,848, which then I think maybe we should just number. So instead of 3K, I will drop that to 2.5. Okay, so we got 2.5 likes. Currently, we're going to give away 5 high stakes account, 5K high stakes account. If we can reach 2.5K likes, which is about 600 likes from where we currently are at the closer to the end of this live stream, before the live stream ends, we're going to give away 5 extra accounts of 10 total, 10 accounts in total. So yeah, and which also leaves us with the possibility of LJ adding another 6 hats to his head. And remember, 5K, you'll have a cat on your head.
Mate, completely happy with that. Cats on the head for 5K. That's I think that sounds perfect.
It does sound
deserving. You know,
it does sound a little bit like YouTube is
Is
conspiring
it-
against it. You are a little bit laggy. Yes, you are, Jonathan, but that's okay.
Yeah.
We still understand you clearly, and the message is loud and clear and received and understood. 2,500 likes, 10 accounts given away. Sounds
All
good
right,
to me.
perfect. Take care. I'm out.
Oh, that was it. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, well, okay. Let's see. Shabazz is saying, I told you buy from 81700 on USD CHF. I didn't see that one, but if you did, then well done, Shabazz.
You know, why don't I just
We do
give
have
out
Henry
the
in chat
details?
again as well,
Like
though.
I could just give out the details account to you, and then just jump on and trade my account. That I think that would be better, right?
Something about giving
quite a lot, aren't I?
Yeah.
Do you want my cat to trade your account? Because she can do that for you.
No.
She's pretty good. Are you sure?
Okay,
she'll also charge you a
I'm gonna
fee,
get someone
right? On top of performance, okay? So
yeah. All right.
Oh, somebody screenshot that. Screenshot it, please.
Okay.
Somebody. Oh, too late.
I wanted
like
to
Akram or
to say
Raph or
something.
someone will have got that.
We'll wait.
What it was. What happened to the guy? What happened to the guy that lost his 100K account? Because he went on. Remember last week, he came on here and he started mentioning my hairline. Do you guys remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not letting that go, are you?
Account today. He lost his account today. His funded account. Now that, ladies and gentlemen, is karma. It's karma at work. Okay.
This is
Missile Lagmeister over there.
Let this be a warning to you all, guys. Don't come in here criticizing Jonathan's hairstyle or haircuts or anything like that. Otherwise, the trading karma gods will come after you and destroy your accounts. So yeah. That USD CHF actually is holding up. It's come and taken this high. Look how it's taken it. It's just taken that equal high, and now it's pushing back down again. I'm not sure if it will go higher. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, dollar franc, pound Aussie have all, sorry, euro dollar, not dollar franc, have sort of again paused. I think that's probably what it's going to be. This interim, just back and forth, kind of 5-minute time frame. Is probably the way to play it up until the later US data around the US Open, and then pre the Fed coming up later on.
Yeah.
You know, the portion of the drop last night was driven by just US dollar general strength after we hit per the retail sales. They came out worse, which you know, I'm sure a number of people are kind of confused about ensuing dollar strength after that. They were quite poor. However, the thing is, the instances where they were poor were all in line with, you know, relative expectations that, yes, these things were going to be poor. It was just a matter of how much, right? And then the other combining portion of that was the control group was still holding up quite well. Right, so that's why we saw the initial pop and then reverse of that. So you had the ensuing just dollar strength from like that technical point, and the slight impulse from the data. The data didn't end up being clear at all. It more muddied the picture around the consumer altogether. But then we had the ensuing comments per some of the conflicts right now, which just in the kind of lower vol environment that we had yesterday ensued price lower. So I think that's where today, why, you know, again, today we don't really have very decisive or impulsive moves across any asset right now. I think it's more the positioning and the range and levels that we're trading at.
Bastian, I don't know what is the problem here, but nobody's stopping Anastasiia from sharing her analysis. She actually stayed 20-25 minutes longer than she was supposed to. She's got plenty of other things to go and do. Sometimes
I can assure you, Anastasiia will run over me or Mike or anyone in the stream as happily as she pleases if she wants to. Right?
Exactly.
She'll just run through everyone. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
So
if you want to come in and show some.
Just a quick comment on that. So our their commenter here is now banned from the live stream because honestly we don't like criticism is all great, but coming on here and talking about our host being not having the knowledge or worthless. I mean, we've vet everyone coming on here. Mike is a trader at The5ers. He's a very good trader, and he's also the the manager of the whole AlphaBeta Labs community, giving everyone here a chance of getting completely free trading knowledge from top traders in the industry. So coming on here and speaking about Mike that way, there's only one way to deal with that, and you're going to get banned from the live stream and not being able to view any of our live streams or participate in any of the giveaways that we have here. So there's no need on even commenting on things like that. We know that toxic people, negativity, we have it all over the world, and not welcome in the 5ers live stream. With that said, see you later. I'm out once again. Just popping in here to say hi.
Sort it out.
Next time you better come back with a hat as well. Right?
I'll have a hat on. All right.
Oh dear. Oh well, there you go. Guys,
I will say.
Yeah, go on.
Sorry, no. I was just going to say. I think. What was it? I think Akram got it before. Just so we know, right? The screen cap for one.
What is this?
Remember?
Oh, got it. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No idea what. Oh, okay,
also,
there we go.
Henry is back in here, which is good. I think ML also asked me to give a view on Aussie dollar, so we can do that in a sec. But I did just want to, seeing as specifically like Henry, I mean, any other Aussies, speak up right here, but you'll love this. It's kind of probably inverse on camera, but
no, you're right.
Figure it out.
No hat, no play.
No, it comes up right. Okay, good, nice.
Yeah.
See, that's a very Australian thing. Any Aussies in here will understand, and they will appreciate that. Except everyone's probably away watching the game, of which I will say, Mike.
Yeah.
We won.
Oh, did you?
Yes.
Congratulations, my man. Congratulations. Does that mean that you're still in it? Because it was the best of 3.
Yeah. So now it's 1-1, right? So
okay.
Yeah.
All right. Okay.
So I just had to, for any of the other Aussies in here, big moment. Great. If you're a Queenslander, that is New South Wales, then sorry, sayonara. Just had to throw that one in there, seeing as we had we did have a few Aussie chatters the past couple of weeks. So there we go. Back to it now, though.
I have no idea what this is all referring to now. This is all getting very Australian now.
Yeah, it probably is. No hat, no play, son. No hat, no play. That's it.
Dear. You wanted to look at Aussie dollar, US dollar. I've got it up on my chart at the moment. We still have this kind of cluster up here. I mean, it's got a nice bearish move here again, pushing further down on the 11-minute, but it's now created this perfect double bottom. So I think we're still going lower. I don't know. What do you think? LJ?
Yeah, so Aussie dollar's definitely been giving this propensity to stay higher. We've had this kind of range. I think if you guys have tapped into some of the past streams or say the Discord, that kind of stuff, we've got my lovely, beautiful freehand drawn up channel range that we have here, and it's going to stay that way. And I'm sticking to my freehand drawings. Love them. Love them or hate them, put it that way. But yeah, so basically we've been playing like end to end for that. So you can see for quite a while, it's been quite a good trade idea just to kind of sell around the tops. Whenever you get some kind of double top or something like that, look for the bottom of the range, reverse it, bang, 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 bang. If you just did this multiple times throughout the past couple of weeks, I mean, you've got, 100, 150 points either side every single time. And if that was your sole trade, you did nothing else, you've cleaned up, for instance, right? So recently now we've come up towards that top end again. We've pulled back. We're kind of oscillating that midpoint, but we are starting to see a bit more buying pressure come in general. So it's probably a question of whether we now seem to start to establish like a higher portion of that channel and then potentially break out to the upside beyond 66. Per that outlook, I would ideally want to see a fresh entry at the bottom of this channel, somewhere around that 64.50 kind of round area number. That would be ideal, and then potentially hold that if you're looking for a swing up towards that 65.70, which will then be roughly the top area of the channel, and then a break up through 66 and into 66.50 or 67. Overall, as far as trade talks, tariffs, that kind of stuff, we have had the further progress with China. There are still the things going on with Japan. Everything seems pretty kosher for Australia. We have relatively one of the lowest tariff deals, all that kind of stuff. The elections have now gone past, right? And we had an overwhelming majority. Overall, things are looking pretty bright for Australia. And as far as the current conflicts or otherwise, we are very much kind of outside of it. Even if for some reason Australia is used as like a proxy base for the US as far as positioning, we're not really directly inculcated with the larger pieces there. We have huge natural resources, all that kind of thing. If anything, it just drives further demand for these components. So overall, you can see every front that Australia should be doing pretty well. Obviously, you also have Aussie dollar in general just being a slightly higher beta currency. So we do have a tendency to sell off in risk-off environments. We have seen some of these risk-off environments coming in, but Aussie dollar has actually held up very strong, which normally it's pretty clear-cut, whether it's selling off and often front runs a number of these things, or whether it holds up to, when you get that, when it does hold up, you tend to see it make a further run higher overall. So that would be my primary bias. You can see where we've come into now. Not a unreasonable shout to see higher moves from here. So there you go.
Excellent stuff. We've got a question about the NAS. Do you want to quickly pull that up on your charts, LJ?
Sure.
We did look at it a minute ago. I don't think it's done much since we looked at it. I know we had that drop, but it's kind of stalled from where it was falling and found a little bit of support. Doesn't look majorly convincing. I think we've still got a bit more room to fall, but yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, indeed. So I mean, you can see these lines drawn here from yesterday when we were talking about similar deal. Whether we get a slight further rally into this kind of upper kind of box kind of channel up here, and then as resistance and then pull back, or if we just come straight off from there. We did come further down. We found some buying pressure this morning early in Asia, come back up into relative retracement point. Not surprising that we pulled back, obviously, after this is basically hours and hours and hours all through Asia and then early Europe of just upside demand. The question from here is whether this is enough. Like, we're coming basically to the middle of this range from today. whether we can establish, this is basically the neutral point, you establish a more of a foothold here, and then try for another run higher, first into this cluster resistance here, where you get a slight pullback, and then a run for highs based on the Fed, right? So per the near-term volatility of the Fed, you could get like another dip, and then so long as it's like not really a new low created, you get a high low, then you could see the run off from there. So those levels would come in somewhere around 21,650. It's either that or you take a spot position where we are 21,720 with a stop below the lows from earlier today. That would be my outlook. I definitely have the tilt to see that we do get overall a higher indice complex in general, whether it be the NAS, S&P, the Dow, after the Fed comments for today. So that's where I'm looking at. We've obviously had the retracement near term. So fair shout to look for some buys here. Obviously, your cut point would be below here, that you're then seeing further lower movement. I can definitely see that on various stages. Like the 4 hour does look as though we could move lower very easily. There is a bunch of options clustered around here at 21.19, I believe. So that is the expected move for today. So you do have some support coming in there. And then you have the max pain per options similarly at 21,719. So those basically line up today. So you will have some buying pressure in through there. So hence my overall tilt is to the upside.
Yeah. Just looking at the structure on the NAS at the moment. We look at it from a fib level. So breaking out this structure here, we're still in this wider structure from this move. So just got to be cautious of that. But looking at this move here, having broken out that one, certainly come into a nice area for buys. And you know, looking at where it's come overall, it does feel like there is an opportunity for buys, because if you look at it as well on this one, if I remove that fib, the wider fib on this move here, which was the last big breakout, it hasn't broken that structure, and we've come back down to the 66, so potentially moving higher. I would say then the 4 hour candle, which will have, let's not forget the jobless claims and whatnot, and the housing starts included in that 4 hour candle, could very easily be the duration of that 4 hour candle pull down and then shoot up, retesting those lows. So yeah, I would say right now it feels as though we're in this kind of area of, right, let's wait and see and hold on for that. And then obviously FOMC later as well will no doubt move things around as well. But we've still got a few hours before that, so there'll be certainly some positioning happening during that time. So yeah. Gibran, all in good time, my friend. All in good time. Patience will be rewarded. So yeah. Danny's saying, guys, can you shed some light on why in such times of tension and war the franc is so weak and gold is also stuck in a range while dollar is 50-50? What am I missing? That is a very, very good question. Excellent question, and something we were discussing on ABL earlier today, actually, wasn't it, LJ? What is it that Danny's missing?
Yeah, so basically at the moment is it's a you're trying to view what's currently going on, what is the implication for that, and then what is the forward outcome, right? Mm-hmm. So right now, I think it seems very clear that as much as there have been certain aggressions made by Iran, of course, I think that the market has completely written it off, that at the end of the day, they are going to be completely dwarfed by the larger entities that clearly have superior influence over their position. They can't defend themselves, quite frankly, whether it's from Netanyahu alone and his intentions or current directions, that kind of thing. And then obviously you have the US backing the other end in the worst scenarios of any escalation. Echoing that, you also have things like the UK, Europe, all of that similarly doing so. China wants to kind of stay out of it. They very much just don't want to get into anything ever, right? So you have all these pressures coming in that ultimately it should explain that Iran should fold unless they want to do something, completely nonsensical. All roads seem to lead that they will have to fold, whether it's a diplomatic solution or somehow they get all of the key infrastructure, disabled to some degree. That then impairs them enough that basically this whole scenario ends and we just kind of move on. That's what the scenario is.
Can I just really sorry to interrupt you there, LJ, because I know you're in flow, but I just want to pull up. I don't know if it's possible for us to ban ourselves in terms of the 5ers comments. Because we've got Jonatan in here, basically trolling you with your hats, asking why you're wearing 10 caps, which is quite amusing. Those of you who don't know, the reason that LJ is wearing hats is because this is his edge, right? This is actually what gives him the greater quant power of his trading abilities.
I got to keep the computers somewhere, right? Exactly. And they got to have a bit of, I don't want to scare people with just a massive CPU coming out of my head.
Exactly. Yeah. Edge hats. There you go. That is exactly why.
That's where I do all the computation up here.
Yeah. So there you go. Exactly. Where is it written that the market should perform on cue as expected? It's not. I don't think.
It's definitely not. Definitely not.
Not sure where you're seeing that written. If you are seeing it written, maybe go read somewhere else. Because I'm
exactly what we were saying, like we were talking about how gold market weird now, just like we were saying, it does not always move on cue. Sometimes you do have impulsive reactions when something is very clear and obvious. Some of the things that we've had happen since the Thursday, Friday, as far as conflict. And then that's on the back of the things like the CPI, the PPI data, and then non-farm payrolls the week before, and then into this week leading into the Fed, right? So you don't necessarily have a very clear footing because you're going to adjust for one and then have to adjust the very next day or whenever for the next upcoming piece of news flow. So hence you do get that those kind of delayed reactions, or people kind of mull over what is actually the best position to take. At the end of the day, markets are driven by flows, by participants just buying and selling. The majority of these are going to be institutions and such, whether it's your banks, your hedge funds, pension funds, mutual funds, all that kind of stuff. And they have certain fiduciary responsibilities as far as the construction of a portfolio, their fiduciary responsibility to their clients, and then they have to rebalance these things constantly in line with that. So there is some relevant tug and pull with that, where it's not going to go ballistic one way or the other. Normally that is due to speculative aspects, but when you have no clear direction either way, like we do right now, then yes, you see a bit of hand sitting, and the overall outcome doesn't seem to be all that dire per se. There seems to be very much a dominant player on one side. As much it is like a horrible thing in general, you can see the end outcomes being shut down by one end pretty quickly, we can say. So
exactly. Somebody was asking about gold. Sorry, let me just come back to this comment from Danny. Been
North
trading
Korea.
since 2015, and there was a time. Yeah, exactly. Test a rocket and watch the markets rocket or tank. So
first Trump administration, and with good old Trump calling little rocket man as he was tweeting, right?
Do you remember that?
I remember the same
man.
stuff. Yeah.
That was ridiculous, wasn't it?
Yeah. So
that only feels like yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And I think as well, again, that comes down to market positioning. It was also when we were at a time where we hadn't had a number of those discrete headlines for a while. Like all through that period, it was pretty chill. If you recall, through that period, basically since the GFC, it was one of the most hated bull runs in stock markets for almost a decade. Right, we had like no pullbacks. It was just a gradual bubble up, bubble up, bubble up, bubble up, bubble up. And, we had this whole thing develop of just buy the dip, just buy the dip, just buy the dip. Right. Anyone that did that for a decade did very well. Anyone that was kind of almost treating things somewhat rationally or thinking things are oversold or something, was getting killed. And normally most of those measures were based on old ways of measuring, whether it be, stocks, indices, you want to take your like PE, something like that, forward outlook, considering what we were doing with quantitative easing at the time, claiming that we'd get like massive inflation, something like that, which then went back into, the bond market and then to currencies. And right, people got it completely wrong, right? And we saw that for over a decade, especially with hedge funds. Year on year on year on year for a whole decade, just dead. There were less and less and less. So I think it was more, hence the aspect that we didn't have heaps of those things at the time. And now we've gotten to a saturation point where recently we've had so much of that. And also since COVID, obviously, we had a big kick up, big fast that really reset a lot of people, not just in terms of markets and trading approach. You've seen that materially just in the consumer, as far as consumer habits, going out and treating more services type aspects, more life experiences, much more highly valued. And we've seen that stick. And you seem to have seen some of that those similar flows come through in terms of trading and investing habits as well. And obviously then per the Trump fiasco and the kick up amongst every country we've had recently, whether it be Ukraine, Russia, India, Pakistan, the rest of the Middle East, all this kind of stuff. I think people are just getting a bit saturated. You can't, shift and pivot every 3 seconds.
Yeah. So I think you're right, Danny. I think the thing is that the way I see it is it's a bit like when you look at anything that you get exposed to for long enough, right? Even, as humans, right? We get exposed to something long enough, we kind of just get used to it and it just becomes the norm. And so
hedonic standpoint.
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Hedonic standpoint. Yeah.
And once that happens, then that's the new norm. That's the new, okay, we accept this as the base point or the benchmark. And then you get reactions from that. So then you're always looking for, extreme reactions. It's the same with trading, right? We get used to the dopamine hits or whatever, and then we're always looking for more, So it's kind of the same principle. We do have a request for pound CAD. Guys, if you do ask for an asset, tell us why you want us to look at it, especially if it's something a bit more obscure, because we don't mind looking at all the assets, but really interested to know why is it you're interested in these assets and what is it that you're seeing, because we're not given signals here, but we can obviously break down charts and look at what we're seeing.
And it will be more helpful on your time frame. Like, are you trying to scalp near term? You're looking intrasession or swing trading, right? Because then each of these things will give a bit of a different profile across the board.
Looking at the 4 hour, I would say, let me just get rid of these areas because they're obviously old ones. You've got 1, 2, 3 engulfing candles to the downside. This one's forming at the moment. It hasn't finished. It's fighting against this one here. So I would be looking to see whether or not this level holds. You might see a reaction coming in the short term. So in the coming 5 or 10 minutes, you might see in fact, even the next couple of minutes, you might see an opportunity to long it. given the fact that you have this candle here that just took out everything. So you've got a massive number of buyers in this area. So I'd be waiting to see what kind of candlestick formation you might get. You could go in for a long now, but where's it going to get to on the 1 minute? It's probably eventually going to come up to here. If I was looking at a zone, so you could theoretically take a long up to there as the next reaction point, and you've got a low down to there. I wouldn't be taking that just yet, because I don't like the structure that you're seeing on the 1 minute right now. I think you can get a better entry lower down, because if you see here, you've got perfect equal lows down here, and then you've actually got triple lows. So you could take it, but you wouldn't necessarily get the best price. I think what's probably more likely is price will come and take that level, and then head up. That would be my look on pound CAD at the moment. But longer term, I would say it's forming what appears to be further bearish momentum, at least down to this area. If we go down to the daily, that's where, you know, this area has formed the support. We wicked off it yesterday, so I'd probably be looking for us to, if I was going to sell, I'd be selling down to here as a possible area of interest, but not much more than that.
Definitely.
What do you reckon?
I think, yeah, definitely agree. I'm probably looking about the same as what you said.
Mm-hmm.
Again, pound CAD, very interesting pair, to be honest.
Almost as obscure as Aussie CHF, maybe.
Yeah, bloody hell. Absolutely terrible. I would be sticking more to the majors for today, because the miners often get sort of just kicked around per flows from the majors whenever you have, you know, obviously major news in general. Mm-hmm. And it tends to be pretty unclear myself, but that's just my personal preference. I think you do have some stuff like oil is actually starting to look pretty interesting now. I think you might actually have some short opportunities on oil.
Yeah,
we've had obviously the kick up per the chaos of the latter end of last week and then over the weekend. And then plus Monday, Tuesday, today, we're still down a bit. Oil still kicks on a little bit higher. But I think per what Dirk and myself were talking about earlier in Beyond the Ticker podcast, doing our macro and fundamental research and such, any of these kind of incidents tend to be a reason to fade things like oil over time. That's what the historic research shows, rather than to actually lean into it. You get a very impulsive drive, and then obviously, because it is such a requisite commodity for the entire globe, right? Not just any single economy or area. It tends to come back to gravity pretty quickly. Somewhere else adjusts, you know, whether it's going to be the UAE or, you know, America is very much in the game as far as oil right now, and piling into that. So we've now broached back up to about 73.50. So I could indeed start to see some shorts on oil back somewhere into the 60 kind of area. Probably, I mean, you got 66, 70, somewhere in that range as first targets. At least that's on WTI. So
just having a look at DAX as well. And guys, have a look in the chat. There you have the link right there from Jonatan for the giveaway. So if we hit 2.5 likes, 2,500 likes, 2,500 likes. 2.5 likes. That's
Right.
not even physically possible. But 2,500
2.5
likes.
people need to like the stream.
Then 2,500 likes. Then we will have 10 5K high stakes accounts to give away. Without hitting 2,500 likes, we will still be giving away five accounts. So yeah. But yeah, Dirk is asking about the DAX. Looks to be shorts, but it's extremely volatile. I'm not sure, if I'm honest. It just, yes, it's still got levels lower down to come and take. For example, this inside bar on the daily, but then you've also got this one up here. What it has done is it has come to, I did look at it the other day, it has come down to an area, where was it? This one here, I think it was. It has come down to this area and broken past it. Now, because of that, suggests that we might go short. If it stays, within this area, then I might have said, yeah, okay, longs look good, but it's even broken this lower wick here as well. So for me, it does look like shorts are probably going to come in on the DAX. Where would I get in on? I mean, really, I would have tried to get in on this this section here, but it's already moved from there. I'm not sure. You've already got the head and shoulders in there. Anything you try and get in on now on that is going to be somewhat risky, I would say. To at least in my view. Yes, we're happy to look at gold, guys. But there's only one of you who's showing some manners here. Now, come on. This is going to be the teacher inside of me here. I was raised by two teachers. So, yeah, there's nothing wrong with a little bit of please, guys. Yeah, gold, funnily enough, you and Anastasiia were joking about me taking a bet and everything else. But gold bounced once off here, and it bounced off a second time. And it's now come back up to the top here. I think it's still got a little bit...
Doing what? After coming lower earlier? When we were talking about it?
No, that was USD CHF we were talking about.
No, gold here, right?
Was it?
Yeah.
USD CHF. Lovely, Jonatan. You're welcome. Still hasn't...
yeah, it's altering. It's still on the way up, but it's
on the way up, but it's taking
its time. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, Jonatan. Exactly. I love how Jonatan. What is he doing? This. Honestly, he's just sat there, just typing away. Oh, here he comes. Here he comes. Is he going to lag again? Let's see.
He's
is he going to be lagging?
more of his trucks.
No, I'm actually working today. I'm actually working today. Yeah.
It's funny how many people have commented on you drilling holes with the trucks since. Right?
Yeah, it's very it's definitely an interesting. But no, I need to get some lunch. I haven't been able to.
What have you been doing this whole time? You were supposed to go get lunch. You're supposed to be doing lunch.
Okay, what have I been doing? I've been setting up the giveaway. I've been trying to book people to do an interview with me. No one wants to do an interview with me. So if you're watching this and you're like, well, I feel sorry for him, let's do an interview with him, then hit me up. Trading room at the5ers.com. You can do some.
There you go.
Potatoes. What is this about? Potatoes. Jonatan, are you Portuguese or Russia? I'm a little bit of a mix between those two.
He's halfway in between.
Halfway in between, yeah. A little bit of Russia in me and a little bit of Portuguese in me as well.
There you go. Magda's putting herself forward.
Nice. Awesome.
It's Magda, if you pop an email over to Jonatan at the email address on the screen right now, and he will happily have you join in for an interview on the channel. Magda, I haven't seen Magda for a while, but I know she's been trading with the 5ers for quite some time.
Awesome. That's beautiful. I would love to have an interview with you. Comments like this, just make sure that whenever we see comments like this, we're going to remove them. We're not here. This is not financial advice. We're not here to give you setups so that you're going to trade these setups. We're here to show you how we trade and give you some inspiration on your own system and your own creation of that system. Okay, I'm supposed to be on here in 15 minutes, so I need to get some lunch. Need to get myself some lunch. Next week, I'm going on vacation, by the way, so you're going to be able to see me in with a very good background, probably, hopefully nice. Some good views in the background.
Okay, try and make sure your internet's not so laggy this time.
It's not lagging now, though, is it?
No, it's not.
No, it's all right now. It's all right now. Yeah.
I'm a 100K funded trader, but I have not had any payouts yet. Do I qualify? Yeah, sure. Just send me an email to tradingwiththefibers.com. Would love to have a chat, an interview with you. We could talk about how you get funded, right? I mean, how you get funded. And that's also very interesting. All right, guys. See you in a bit.
Alrighty. He's gone.
Yeah, anyone's journey is relevant, guys.
Yeah,
honestly,
absolutely.
Whether you've made it to the stars or you've just made progress and you've made, substantial, hurdles or something, and you got something to share, something you can offer that might, help other people, that kind of thing. That's basically sort of what we're looking for. So there you go.
Yeah, exactly that. I myself have been funded 6 times and yet to hit that payout. So, there's always room left on the journey to take. So yeah. And he was hunting moose. So now we just got to go and cook the moose. Oh dear. So yeah. M76 saying, I see gold in a bullish channel, but I can't read what it's doing in the consolidation.
I still see it lower. I shorted earlier when we were talking about it. Took a small profit on that. Just when we hit the similar lows before. We're in a pretty tight range at the minute, to be honest.
Yeah.
So where we peaked before, again, we just seem to be tapping in, at least per my charts. It's the 50 and 100 moving average on a 15-minute time frame.
Yeah.
We just come down, pull back into it.
Yeah.
Run off. So
not the easiest way, because it's not the easiest way, because trading isn't necessarily that easy because it's mind over matter. But with gold, if you mark out those high liquidity, major liquidity areas, it will help you understand which direction price wants to go. If we look at it how it is right now, it still has this big cluster up here. Now, we have broken this structure here, this blue zone that I marked out earlier, and we do have liquidity further down. Yes, there is reason to suggest that we will go lower, maybe down to the 350 area. You've got to kind of try and take a careful look at gold, because gold is notorious for being a bit of a whipsaw. I mean, when I first started trading gold, and I lost more money than I'd care to admit. And so then I stepped away from it, and I moved into, Forex pairs and, things that just don't move as fast, because gold itself moves fast, right? If you look at, these moves, it just induces.
I would say it expands its range at a greater multiple than other currencies does. So if you got like a sort of a expected maybe a 0.5 to 0.6% ATR, or 0.7 maybe on like euro, very rarely will it just go to like 2%, right? That would be some extreme, very clear shift, whether it's the Fed or something significant, right? That you're going to be able to see a million miles away. Otherwise, you might get like a 0.9 or 1% kind of change, right? Gold can easily be in like a $20 to $25 range, and then just run Forex that, and it'll go up $100, $120, right, per the price. So on a relative basis, when you're considering things like ATR, you have to have a much larger degree of variance and room for error if you're going to trade something like gold and commodities in general, obviously.
Exactly. Excellent news, Magda. We look forward to seeing your interview with Jonatan. He'll be looking out for that email very shortly. And that I'm not quite sure I understand the question. So hang on a second, because I know Yasin's saying we don't talk about other firms, and that's right. But so when you log into their funded account, it shows a real demo account. What does that actually mean? Does it mean I'm trading real or a demo account? It depends on the firm that you're trading with, right? But you've just got to do your own research, right? And understand what you're dealing with. With the 5ers, you get payouts, right? That's the most important element to it, right? You're not necessarily going to be trading physical money because it doesn't work like that way. But go and do your research, and you'll soon find out that the 5ers is probably the most reputable firm out there to go and trade with. As a newbie trader, I found a simple strategy with a time frame that works for me. Would you say that if I backtest a theory and it's spot on from a year back to present day, I am onto something? Most definitely. Yep. I ask this because each trader has a strategy that works for them. If you find one that works, you stick to it till it stops working. Absolutely, Lure Guide. Yeah, totally that. The back testing is one thing. The next step is probably forward testing, either on a demo account or maybe on a prop if you can afford it. But yeah, absolutely. If you've managed to find something that works, then great. The thing with back testing is back testing doesn't take into account the psychological element of trading the markets live. Right, that's the kind of the tricky part after that.
And I would say as well with the I feel like a lot of times when people come up with a strategy or an approach, they're just trying to like throw things at the wall to see what works, and often not understanding. Okay, I threw this at the wall. Why did it actually work? What was the actual fundamental trigger that yes, there's some kind of consistent narrative that there are enough other external market participants that are also positioning themselves in the same manner that supports my thesis, right? A lot of people are just coming up with like random numbers or trigger points or level, and just go, it happened, but I don't know fundamentally why. So once you do have something like that, yes, go until it stops working. But also I would say along that path, understand why it was even working in the first place, because then that will also help you to understand if it does start breaking down, is it fundamentally broken, or is it just like a temporary blip per the current market regime? Say you have abnormal levels of volatility, headline uncertainty, something like that, that is disrupting the approach. But, fundamentally, the strategy as a whole is not actually broken. You might just have like it could be 2 weeks, it could be 6 weeks, it could be 3 months of like a periodic, sporadic breakdown, but the other 9 months of the year, it's golden, right? So that's where people run into that problem where they just bin the whole thing because they've had 3 months, which to you in real time feels like a very long time. But if you put it on a long scale, it means nothing. So you might have tossed out something good just because of something that just got temporarily disrupted, even though you already had gold. Yeah, you don't want to lose that.
Absolutely. For some reason, my mouse has stopped working. There we go. Cam, LJ was talking about selling off gold. He reckons gold is going lower.
I do, at the moment.
I can see it. I'm not sure if it's going to happen just yet. I mean, it looks decent right now. The only thing is you've got levels like this, which with the news price can come and hunt. So you just got to be careful with the news coming out in just over half an hour. So just be careful of that one. Yes, I would say so. M76. It is most definitely looking for it. And the Lure Guide, I know a guy who's back tested strategy for 16 months and currently has a decent win rate, and he won't share it. The thing is that even if he did share it with you, it doesn't necessarily mean it's the right strategy for you. because like M76 is saying here, I keep losing my accounts. I struggle with reading when price is reversing and when to enter. I don't say I catch a falling knife, but I try and enter, and price just continues and then bounces off a level. So that's where multiple time frames can really help you to understand where price is likely to go. You know, everyone, you know, we all laugh and joke about me, you know, trading the 1 minute, right? But the 1 minute entries that I take are based on looking out at other time frames that suggest where might there be a reaction from, right? So if I go out, for example, to the daily, for example, the reason that I have this zone marked out, this blue zone, is because you've got this daily candle here where price pulled down from. So I see that as an area where there's a lot of orders to sell from or to potentially buy from. Right? There's just a culmination of orders because that's where price changed direction, albeit for a relatively short period of time, but it's still changed direction. So what I do is I build up my zones and refine them down based on the time frame, and that helps you get greater entries. But if you, let's say for example, you're trading on the 15 minute or the 1 hour, just use zones that are based on, for example, the 4 hour or the daily, and it just gives you more breathing space, you know.
I would say that it's the same thing with myself, Mark. Obviously, I always iterate that I still look at the lower time frames, like 1 minute, that kind of stuff. I have them up at all times, observing that. Whilst at the same time, I'm talking about the 15 hour, 4 hour daily, and then fundamental and macro stuff that might go into the day, the week, the month, 3 months, 6 months to a year, right? And you try to gauge a holistic view. And each of these bits that you add, I think the same way if you have any kind of, whether it's an indicator, you know, order blocks, technical structures, whether it's like head and shoulders, these kinds of things. You've got other significant support, resistance, that kind of stuff, fib retracements, whatever it might be. All of these are just adding incremental small additions to your probability of confidence in the trade eventuating the way that you want to see it, right? So it's not that any one piece says like, okay, this must happen now. That's not how the market works. But if you're seeing certain number of things all lining up at once, then you can have a higher confidence than not that you will move in that direction. Same way if you think about probabilistically, if you think about like a card game, something like that, say you take like blackjack or something, you know, you're trying to find incremental cards that come out that you can, you have no idea what is in the rest of the deck, But if you start counting these cards, right, obviously actual casinos now shuffle the decks so that people can't count cards and make it very difficult. But if you read any of the prior literature, which then also went into, say, for instance, Jim Simmons or anyone else that's built the great models and funds that they have taken advantage of that same probabilistic mathematics and then built that into functioning market trading systems, right? It's the same principle. It's more the approach and the way of thinking that you're trying to just get, as we always talk about, a slight edge, not certainty or anything else. So adding more of these components can give you incrementally slightly more edge. And I think it's mainly where people overweight how much it gives them. So something might just add like an extra 2.5% to your potential probabilistic outlook. But people feel as though it's like 5 or 10 or something like that. You need to add more components. And then once you get enough lining up, you can have more confidence around these things.
Yeah. M76, I couldn't tell you for sure, to be honest with you. You got to use your own strategy, mate, and determine that. But yeah, gold at the moment does look on gold on the lower time frames, as in like 1 hour and lower, does look, and in fairness, the 2 hour as well does look like short. But then, you know, on the 4 hour, it actually looks like you've got a bit of support here with these two wicks potentially pushing us up. I wouldn't want to call it right now. I would say on gold right now, particularly with news coming out in literally half an hour, I would be very, very careful. So yeah. Cam saying, really unfortunate to see that this live stream was botted. Some real knowledge to be learned here. Some people like to ruin stuff. Nothing's been ruined, Cam. Nothing's been ruined, mate. We're still here. We're still live trading. We're not going anywhere. So
we're all as confused as anyone else. So
yeah, don't worry about it, man. Don't
Yeah.
worry about it at all. So yeah. Just having a look. See. Oh, here he is. He's joined us mid lunch. How's the moose, Jonatan?
What? Yeah. What meal have you got?
You know what this
Swedish,
is?
Swedish
meatballs.
This is moose balls.
Moose
balls. Basically the same, right?
Yeah. It's.
Did you go to IKEA to buy them?
No. This is moose meatballs. Like this is good. This is good stuff. This is not the regular meatballs. This is moose meatballs.
Okay.
Yeah.
There you go, guys.
Just wanted to pop in, update you guys on what I'm, what I'm doing. Yeah.
What?
Weren't you talking about moose tongue before as well, or moose cheek or something? Wasn't? How much moose?
That's right.
A lot of moose.
I went. No, that was arc. Like this normal. That was shin. You know, shin like this.
Yeah.
Cheek.
Yeah.
Have you ever tried that? Like.
No, I have not.
Cheeks. I have. I've not had moose cheeks, but I've had cow cheeks and cow tongue.
It's probably.
All right, I'll pass on that one. You guys can keep that for yourselves.
It's pretty good actually. Like it's a really, really good tender meat. You cook it for a few hours. It's really, really nice actually. And these moose balls are not too bad. So it's gonna,
Yeah, exactly. Only took 2 hours, but
done.
so
I'll throw this. I'll throw this inside my mouth, and then I'll be coming on soon when I'm done with that.
Okay, lovely. All right.
All right.
We appreciate you not doing it live on stream.
Could you perhaps take a look at USD CHF for me?
Seeing as you are so
nicely, sure it's gone nowhere. But
no, it's actually no, it's pulled back down again.
Yeah, it's gone nowhere.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, like a 6 point range.
I'll be back soon.
Pretty much.
Akram, we're just we're talking about culinary delights here. I think Jonatan and his moose balls. It's obviously something that he enjoys. So. And Amal, yes, Saul, I believe, is coming later on.
He is coming.
So he normally comes in the last hour of the stream
at some point.
Yeah. So within the next hour or two. I see lots of questions, but this should be one for the new guys, including me. Is more than 50 trades in a month bad? That entirely depends on your trading strategy. If you're scalping, then no, it's not. If you're swing trading, then yes, it's probably too much. So it's one of those age-old answers of it depends. And I know those answers are frustrating and annoying. I hate to hear them as well, but it's true. It really just depends on what your strategy is. So yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I'll say for myself, like I can have, I don't know, 3 to 5 trades in a day, or some days I can have literally 27 in a day.
Yeah.
Right. So it's more identifying why you're trying to trade. Like if you're trying to trade just for the sake of trading, then it's probably a problem, right? If you're trading because you're like, okay, the going is good right now. This is a specific market environment that is very plentiful, very complementing to my approach, then you need to understand exactly when to like press on the gas, right? And you should actually do so. That would be encouraged. That's sort of, and that's something that will come with like time and experience when you really be able to like feel that out. But otherwise, if you're just doing it because like you think you need to be in a trade or you need to be in the market, or you should be trading, like, because that's the other thing when you're trying to do it, obviously you're trying to accrue some kind of financial benefit. A lot of people come from almost like, working traditional jobs or something, like you need to be working all the time, and then somehow translate that into needing to be trading all the time or being in a trade all the time, which is not how it works. It is very selective, very subjective, and you need to know when to take your shots and when to stay apart. Not having a position is a position in and of itself. So there's nothing either wrong one way or the other. It's just to identify why you were in it, what were your motives, and did you jump in that for the right reason or just cause, right? Because if it's just cause, that's another question.
Yeah. Rich, who's the performance coach of the 5ers, I remember him once saying that, you can ask the market to give you information and you can either pay for it or you can get it for free. You're paying for it by taking a trade, or you can get it for free by waiting and see what plays out, and then looking for your, for your right strategy, or your right setup, sorry. So yeah. Beverly, I'm coming to you, just bear with me. I see bottom of the channel, order block and 200 EMA touch. I don't know what time frame you're looking at, Beverly. So hard for me to truly comment on that. I would say we are looking at shorts, which would tie in with USD CHF long. But I would be careful with the news. I think with the news, you will probably get a spike up before you see the shorts come in. That would be my advice to you. On the 15-minute, let's have a look. I don't know what you're looking at, EMAs, or I don't know what you're referring to. Beverly, hang on, I've lost your comment. Where's it gone? 200 EMA. Let's have a look. So 200 EMA, I think that's the one that I've got active. Third one yet. You're a little bit way off the 200 EMA, I would say. I mean, that would probably tie in with maybe seeing it touch the 200 before it sells, but I'm not convinced. I'd be careful. That would be my advice.
I will just say to Henry as well, I don't know if you're watching it all, but we did just win. So we're up in the first, like I pretty much called the win there before, because we're up like, I think 16-4 or something. Came back, but we just won by 2 points in the last like 12 seconds. So just to say 26-24.
So when you said earlier that you'd won, you hadn't won. You hadn't actually won.
No,
yet.
Because I'm not paying attention. I thought we were already over, because the game started at like 8:30.
Okay.
And you got the halves, whatever. I guess they had extended half time. So I thought it had ended because it's behind me. I'm not paying attention. But I just saw we did actually win. So now I can fully.
Now you can enjoy. You can enjoy the win now.
The deal. Indeed.
Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff.
We can jump into that in a second as well.
As we discussed earlier, how the markets have become non-reactive geopolitics. Could the Feds do the same and lower rates?
So the thing with the Fed at the minute, they definitely have to acknowledge that some of the data has been coming in weaker. It is more, I guess, put it this way, receptive to a loosening of monetary policy. We have had the slightly lower inflation. The jobs numbers have been coming off a little bit per non-farm payrolls. We have seen a slight increase in like week-on-week unemployment claims, that kind of thing. And we've also seen a weakening in the consumer. That's been through a number of pieces in the past data. Obviously, last night as well, we had the retail sales. They came in quite poor. Obviously, on the back of that, we saw US dollar strength, however, but that was because of all the input points that we expected the consumer to be weak on came through as expected. And then the control group, however, was still a bit better. So I wouldn't say the Fed will shrug things off. I think they still have they often operate with very much with a bit of a lag. So as far as the inflation side of things, especially per tonight, I think they have to at some point admit that they have been a bit wrong as far as the input per tariffs and that kind of thing as seeing inflation higher. We have not seen that, and I wouldn't be surprised if they admit or at least acknowledge that. I think the main trigger point for lower rates eventually will be predominantly the employment side of the mandate rather than inflation. I think their overall bent right now across the globe, there's a general consensus that the average rate of inflation is a bit higher. And so hence rates in general should be a bit higher. Now, to be honest, that's actually how a normal functioning economy works. The reason we had them so low was because of the distortions that came out on the back end of the GFC and lingered for a very long time, especially after we had a lot of artificial liquidity injected via QE. So we had like QE1, QE2, QE3, and then that spread sort of globally to all the major economies also implementing these types of measures. So now we've somewhat normalized. I think there's also an interest to do that because navigating that period was very hard as well, because just academically, which is how a lot of these central banks think, none of the maths or anything adds up. So where we are now is probably a better situation for them. Per things going on right now, they'll probably sit in their hands, but the major component will be the employment side of the mandate, I think, to really trigger a move from the Fed.
Practical question: how soon before high impact news do you cancel your pending orders on your day trades? Again, it really depends on your strategy swing, but I would say
as soon as they're invalidated.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, I'm guessing from your handle that you're a swing trader, so I would be waiting to see where price is closer to the news coming out. Normally in the last 5 minutes or so, you start to see things just peter out and just hold. So then you just got to see how it plays out from there. So yeah. Cancelling pending orders is boring, especially if they're not opposing any trade, except for the fact rain beat FX. If they get triggered in the 4-minute window and you're in a high stakes account, then I'm afraid you don't keep profit. So it's not always a wise idea to keep them open. I'm not saying that I do keep them open or not. Yeah. Jonatan, that is one hell of a bumpy noise.
Is it still that bad? I got the new.
That was one hell of a poundy on the keyboard.
Yeah. Need to mute my mic when I'm writing.
But in Jordan, like as far as canceling pending orders, like it depends on your time frame as well, right? So if you got like a swing entry, it could be valid because you're looking well beyond just the current next 15 minutes, hour, 4 hours, end of the day per the current news that you're seeing. So if you're looking for something intraday in very short term, chances are it's probably a good idea to scrap your pending orders unless somehow you're very big on macro fundamental research and you've done all the number crunching and actually put that all onto paper, and you either come up with your hypothesis, allow the market to test said hypothesis and stay in the game, or you dip out. So I would say if you're not fully cleared up on the directional moves, having done the macro fundamental research per data releases, then chances are you're basically in the dark and should probably just trade the aftermath. It's always the better idea. You're trading a bit more technically like that.
Just looking at gold at the moment, it's coiling down as well before the news comes in. So very much looks like it could go one way or the other. So I think I'm going to leave that one and stay away from it for now. Jonatan is back. that means it is time for us to bid you farewell. Are you still in your USD CHF, Jonatan? He just muted.
Muted.
I am in. And I feel like
You're in.
I'm probably very close to getting stopped out. So Magdalena.
Magdalena.
I've sent Magdalena. I have sent you an email. The link. You go into that link and you can book an interview at whatever time works for you. If anyone else watching this, you want to have an interview, maybe want to share your journey in trading, let me know. Send an email to tradingroom@the5ers.com and I will reach out to you. All right, Mike and LJ, thank you for these few these last hours.
You didn't come back with a hat though.
Yeah, where's the hat?
At least one. Like, come on. What's going on?
He's going to put a GPU on his head now.
We should do like a Hat Fridays stream or something with non-farms or something, whatever, where everyone just wears a whole bunch of hats.
Everyone wears a farmer's hat, maybe. That's what we need.
It's silly non-farm Fridays, right? You know, they're always a bit of a silly time anyway. So
exactly.
I think that would be good fun.
Yeah. I love how we were supposed to drop off, and he's just literally walked off and just left a Lego hat.
Henry knows what's going on.
Yeah, but it's like, well, hang on a second, where's he gone? Like, he's just left his. It's like literally, John. Oh, there he is. There he is. There we go. There we go. All right, we've got a hat off now.
I'm very proud. I'm very proud.
There we go. That's 1,
Nice,
2, 3. I think it is 3 hats. Is it 4 hats? 3 hats.
I got 4 hats.
Nicely done, Nicely done, Jonatan. Nicely done.
Yeah. That's brilliant.
All right, there we go. We've got equal highs on the hats. Mine, the only hat I have in the office is a paper bag, and I've already done that one, so we're not doing that one again.
Put your hat on.
Come
on, mate.
Yeah.
Right. That is it for us for the madness of ABL. Jonatan is gonna take us over from here. So guys, we'll see you next time, right after this reset.
Yeah, I had to take that off. We got the Saul coming on in a little while, and felt like that. Just had a meeting before the live stream today, talking about how we're seeing such good improvements with the live stream and how we're moving in a more professional, serious direction. So I felt, let's maybe let's drop the hats. At least when he's not online, right? Okay, so what are we looking at? What are we looking at today? We're looking at okay, Ellis just sent me a message with someone called. Okay, so some YouTube trader here. Okay, so I don't know who this guy is, but let's see. Should we bring him on the live trading room? Let me see. I'm gonna pull it up here. Give me a second here. So apparently he wants to join the live trading room, giving him some exposure here as well. Do I want him on? Let me know. Yes or no in the comments. Yes or no in the comments. Let me know. We want him on. Do a little interview. Seems like the real deal. Very, very cool YouTube channel. Should definitely go check him out. Funded with quite a lot of nice accounts, couple of good payouts. Yeah, let's get him on. Let's try to get him on next week. We got a lot of yes in the comments. So yeah, that is a yes. Let's bring him on. Right. Okay. So what do we have today? Today we have second. Sorry for all the elephants running over the keyboard here. Okay, so let me know, guys. What do we want to look at? Am I still long on USD CHF? No, I just got stopped out on that one. It broke down, stopped me out. Still, you know what? Still, I think it looks like a really good. Looks like a good trend. Looks like a good uptrend here. If you look at the even on the 1 minute, I mean, even on the 1 hour here. So you can look at the 50 minutes and all of that. It's I mean, overall trend I would say is still bullish, but we're now broken below this level, and we're testing. Interestingly enough, we're testing this level right here. You can see the high of those two candles right here, and you can also see that historically. You know, one way of determining if a horizontal level is a good horizontal level or not is to look at the reactions when price hit the level. So obviously here we have a strong move to the upside, hit that level, and a very violent reaction to that level to the downside. So you can look at the level where price came up and hit, which is this level right here. So a lot of times, if I'm what I like to do is I'd like to first kind of encapsulate this whole area, you know, like that. And then I'd like to drag it out to the right. And you see that this whole area right here is an interesting point for a possible bounce. So I'm not just going to view this level as the breakout area or that support. I'm going to be watching that whole level, and it's more visible on the hourly as well. So as long as USD CHF stays within this area, I will be bullishly biased. I'm still looking for that possible move to the upside, but it's of course also important to consider the fact that it might just be a fake out. It might just be this move coming up into resistance and then getting that rejection and move down. But as long as we stay above the 50% point of this overall horizontal level, I'd say there's still strength in the local trend. There's still something to be said about the strength of this current move that we're getting right here. Okay, so and if that is the case, then a move up here is still probable. But what do we have now? We have building permits and housing starts at 14:30 my time, which is in 8 minutes. 8 minutes from now, about 7 to 8 minutes right now. So are we going to be trading through that? Probably not. Probably not going to be trading through that. I do, however, really like the USD CHF reaction to that level. Going to pop into my MetaTrader account to see what the algos are doing. So right now, I got open orders on GBP, JPY, NASDAQ, USD, JPY, and gold on the EAs. Not sure if I'm going to get anything activated today. Let's look at the NASDAQ one. The closest order is a short on NASDAQ. I can pull that up on TradingView here and show you what I'm doing. So we're going to look at the 1 hour. 1 hour right here. I have a long position open. Not a long position, but long orders here with stop loss being here and TP. Where's TP? TP is right around that level. And then I have short orders on a possible breakdown here. And the stops are in the same area right here. And then TP is 1R. That's the that's the order that the EA got in right now. It's basically a range breakout system, where if we break this level to the upside, it's going to go long with a 1-to-1 risk to reward. Yeah, we got Amal saying that Euro JPY came down to the level you said yesterday. Let's take a look at that one. We got Euro JPY right here. What level are we talking about? That's a good level. I like that. That's a good level. Like a 4 hour. Yeah, that's a good level. But okay, so the trend obviously is still like the trend. Still like the trend. What about the 1 hour? Yeah, not too bad. I mean, you can obviously look at this and say that we're definitely looking at an uptrend. Yes, this could be a top, right? This could be a top head and some type of head and shoulders, but that's on a 1 hour, right? But if we look at 4 hour, it's still very much alive, very much alive. We're testing that previous high right there. I would say that from a swing trader's perspective, I would add a level that encapsulates most of that low area. And you can see here, if you look at how price is reacting to this level, you can see that you have obviously resistance here, and then you have a move up to hit that another resistance. And if you use that as a low of the resistance zone and this as the high, you also encapsulate a good area of a price to the left right here, as you can see. So kind of makes sense to use that level as support, and that's of course the level that we're hitting right now. Now the question is, where do we have the 50% fib? Maybe we're hitting the 50% fib right now. Not really. We have the 50% fib a little bit lower, which is still in good alignment with that level. Where do we have the 20 and the 50? So we have the 20 up here and the 50 up here. This is a good looking trend on Euro JPY. I think I would want to see a move down into this a little bit lower down into this region right here, maybe below the somewhere around the between the 0.618 and the 50% fib, where we currently have the 50 EMA on the 4 hour. By the way, guys, have you found the giveaway link? If you do not know where the giveaway link is, then ask in the comments and you shall receive. Let me know if you know where the giveaway link is. If you don't know where the giveaway link is in the pinned comment in the comment section on YouTube. So if you're watching this on X, Twitter, why did he have to rename one of the best names for a website? Twitter was a great name. To tweet was something good. And now, what are you doing? You're posting on X? That's weird. But if you are on X, you're watching this, make sure you get onto YouTube, because it's on YouTube where the giveaway link is. So go on there and check out the giveaway link on YouTube. In the comment section, the pinned comment. Let me know also, guys, if you want me to look into anything specific. That's some more elephants running over the keyboard. We also have the comment in the. We also have the comment, the link as a comment in the YouTube comment section right now. Look at silver. So you know what? I hate silver. I don't like silver. We're gonna look at silver anyway, but I really do not like silver. You know what? Because if we look at silver, it's probably just gonna be nothingness. Just a void of nothingness. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay. Which one should we use? FXCM capital. Let's look at that one. Okay, so so things have been moving. Wow, nice. We have a breakout on silver. When did that happen? The 5th of June. How did I forget about that? That's over 2 weeks ago. That's less than 2 weeks ago. That's almost exactly 2 weeks ago. That's insane. Why did that, how did I miss that? How did I miss having an alert on that? Because honestly, that's a breakout that I would have that I would have bought. On the close of that daily candle, I would have entered the position on silver. No question about that. Okay, so we have a breakout on silver. That's a high time frame breakout on silver. The overall underlying trend here for silver, is this the right chart though? Am I looking at, let me see so I get the correct data here. Yeah, okay. Well, we're looking at Oanda here. So the weekly, yeah, this is I like this. This is a strong chart right here. Where is the high time frame levels at? Do we have any like major SR levels? We have that one right there. We have that one above. Shall we? Yeah, okay, let's go. I would think that we might move up into this resistance area right here. So, if I would be trading this from a purely technical point of view, okay, so we got the US numbers out. We have housing starts actual. We got a little bit lower than expected. How much lower than expected? I have no idea. These are not stats or news events that I'm tracking, so I don't know what this really means for the economy. What we can do though is we can go to EURUSD and see if we have any any super massive moves. And I would say that it's pretty a fairly a fairly muted response to this. It's only been less than a minute, so I guess we can wait to see if we have any developments on price action here. But let's quickly go back to silver. Silver is breaking down on the 1 minute. We're breaking a low time frame structure here on the 1 minute. So on the I'm liking this area right here. I'm liking the area below. You know what I can do is I can add an alert here. So I'm gonna add an alert. Crossing. Okay, so the EMA, I want gold. I want the price of gold to cross the 20 EMA. So when silver. So when silver is crossing the 20 EMA or equal, let's just do less than. Okay, so when silver is less than the 20 EMA, I will get an alert. Do you think price tends to move to hit limit orders more than it moving because of market executions? I have no idea, man. I wish I could answer that, but I have no idea. No idea at all. Do I have any opinions on that? I mean, I could try to sound very smart here and give you something that might sound reliable, but honestly, man, I have no idea. No idea. How to overcome fear from markets? What type of fear? There's a lot of different types of fear related in relationship to trading. So let me know, like what type of fear would that be? Fear of losses, fear of fear of losses, or fear of trading, or like there's a lot of different types of fear. Yeah, I like this. If you can't take the heat, get out of the kitchen. Or if you can't, if you can't get out of the kitchen, don't cross the street. That's a good saying from what is it? What is that movie? Lock, Stock, Two Smoking Barrels, or maybe Snatch? I don't know. It's good movie. Fear of losses. Fear. Okay, so fear of losses. Lower risk. Lower risk. If you're fearful about losing a trade and losing money on that trade, most likely you're risking a bit too much. So limit the risk to a level where you feel comfortable losing that. Losing a trade shouldn't feel anything. If losing a trade starts feeling too much, then you're risking too much. There's a lot of people saying, going around saying like, oh, sure, it's 1% of your account. And that is it means nothing. You know, all of these videos, you know, you see on YouTube, all these educational videos saying like risk 1% of your account, nothing more, nothing less, you know, and you stick with that. That's just such a meaningless statement without context. And when I say context, you need to know like what system are you trading? What's your relationship between win rate and risk to reward? What's your consecutive loss count, the max and the average, and how often do you go on losing streaks? What if you have a 10, if you have a low win rate, and a lot of times you have a 10 trade losing streak. I mean, if you risk 1% per trade, you're going to get stopped out as soon as you have a losing streak. And if you have those often, so I think people in general, they're risking too much per trade. Gotta be careful with that. Yeah, if you can't get out of the kitchen, no, don't try to cross the street if you can't get out of the kitchen. That's what I'm trying to say. Do not try to cross the street if you can't get out of the kitchen. Life lesson in there. That's right. Use a lot size that you're comfortable with. Use a lot size that you're comfortable with. Also, like, yeah, learn to accept risk. We're traders. We're supposed to be. If we can't, this sound, by the way, is like super. It's just super annoying. Because if it is super annoying for you, then I have this you can use. My hat stash fell on the floor and I had to pick it up. Loud buzzing. Nice. Perfect. Okay. What is happening with USD-CHF? Nothing. Okay, let's just leave USD-CHF, but let's focus on silver here because I like this. I quite like silver. I don't think I've ever taken a trade on silver. I don't think I've ever opened a position on silver ever. Maybe today is going to be the first day. First time ever trading silver. Right, here we go. That's the signal that I was waiting for. We're looking for shorts. All right, let's see. On what time frame? You know what time frame you're talking about? Yeah, the spreads on Ethereum is not great. You know, we're not specialized in crypto trading here at the5ers. We're specialized in forex trading. If you look at the spreads on the forex pairs, we do have probably the best spreads in the industry. The spreads on crypto, however, not the best. But that's just not something that we've seen that the clients are requesting either. So we're trying to really focus on the core products that we know is tested. From a swing trading perspective, though, it works. And yes, Bitcoin is better than Ethereum, definitely. All right, we got Saul joining us in not too long. Not too long. We got Saul, the CEO of The5ers, coming on, trading live with us, and Victor's going to be joining as well. Talking about a divergence on the 5-minute. What indicator are you looking at when it comes to the divergence? Is ICT your close friend? No. ICT is not my close friend. Okay, stochastics. Yeah, I guess there's a type of type of divergence here. Actually, you know what? I do think that we might have a short hit on GBP JPY as well. I actually quite like what we're seeing here on the 5 minutes. I think we just need to get out of this range here that we're seeing on the 1 minute. But I don't know. I can't really see anything here. I'm gonna put an alert here, see if we can find something. The short on GBP JPY looks interesting if we do break below this level. We got the NASDAQ. What do we have on NASDAQ? We're bullish on the day. Interesting. We do have a green list here where I've added a few pairs. Right, so we were looking at a possible trade earlier today on GBP JPY. No, GBP Euro GBP. I'm going to be adding an alert right here for that. Because if we look at the daily here, if we look at the daily here, you see I'm definitely bullish on the technicals of things here. And on the 4 hour, we have a good breakout here and a good level below. If Euro GBP could come back down and test this level, I think we might be in for a good long here on Euro GBP. So I got that one on my green list. What about GBP AUD? I think GBP AUD is a decent support here. Same thing for CAD JPY. I think the overall, look at the daily. It's not very clean, but I do think this looks like a decent break and retest here on the 4 hour. If we add a support right here, in 14 minutes, the 4 hour candle might close as a bullish engulfing candle right here, so that looks good. Usually, this time of the day is the worst time to be trading for me. This is when I'm most of my energy is spent, you know, in the morning session during the live stream, and this time I feel like I'm getting a bit tired, you know. Energy is kind of like feeling like drained out of all the energy that I spent in the earlier part of the day on the live stream. So with that tiredness comes also it's more difficult to take decisions. It's more difficult to see all the details, and it's much more easier to be impulsive. So gotta be extra careful with that. Yeah, I think USD is not too bad, but I'm definitely going to be watching Euro GBP. I'm going to be watching CAD JPY. I like that. GBP AUD, not really that interesting. I'm going to remove that from the list. CHF JPY, let's look at that one. I think it's interesting, but nothing for now. Gold is just hovering around this area still. Got USD JPY. Probably need to see a breakout here on USD JPY before I monitor anything here. I think this is okay. So first, okay. Let's go through everything in the right order here. Okay, this is important. Okay, so yeah, and I'm you know what? No, because I gotta mow the lawn. Okay, I gotta mow the lawn. I got some stuff to do, take care of in the garden, and man, I got lots of emails to send out and things to do. I'm going on vacation next week. Don't worry, I'm bringing the laptop. I'll jump in, I'll say hi during the live stream and everything, but that graphic card is not going to get installed until I'm back from the vacation, which means it's going to get installed like 2 months after I bought it. That's depressing. They're going to release, like, they're going to lower the price on it and release a new model before I've yeah, whatever. How long can silver go? So on silver, we looked at a level above here. So for silver, I'm looking at 38, okay? Yeah. Yeah, I should just do, yeah, exactly, Daniel. I should just do a giveaway of the graphic cards and just get it done with, you know. So to answer your comment on silver, I think if we go back, look at the higher time frames for silver, we'll look at the weekly here. Now, first, what we can do is we can switch to the line chart, and then on the line chart we will remove the wicks. And this is actually a really good example of when to use the line chart and when not to use the line chart. So the line chart is a very good thing to look at once if the chart is quite messy and you just want to get an overall idea of the direction. The line chart removes all the wicks. But here we can see on silver, this is on a weekly, remember, and you have one hit of resistance here, a break through that level, and then a retest of that resistance now as support and a move higher. But that is quite clear on the line chart. Now, when you go back to the candlestick chart, you will see the wick on this candle. Now, remember, the line chart connect the closing prices of, is it open? No, the closing prices. And then on this one, it's going to have a wick. Now, if we add the candlesticks again, you're going to see that there's a wick hitting that level as well, adding some confidence to that level. So I think this is an important high time frame level for silver. Now, if you go back, we see that we're right below this level. So I think for silver, I think 38, which is around the midpoint of that resistance, around 38 would be a interesting resistance for silver, where I would think that sellers going to step in and start defending that area. What else do we have? Okay, this is a really good question. So it's a relationship between trader personality and time frame. Are we supposed to find our own time frame? So first of all, I don't want you guys to be thinking about time frames. I think there's this flawed thinking in the real tail trading space, where you kind of, yeah, we got an alert on GBP JPY. Let's just wait with that just a minute. Okay, so we're gonna break down on GBP JPY. That is a powerful breakdown right there. I'm gonna be initiating a possible short here on GBP JPY. Let me just, maybe the trade is gone, maybe not. Let me take a look at that. What I wanted to see, and we're now getting that break to the downside. The spread is quite big. Are we getting any news right now? Okay, what is there anything happening right now that I should know? Because the spreads are, I think the spreads are widening. It's not bad, it's just widening a bit, and now it's getting back to the level. I do want to short here. Okay, so I'm in the short here. I'm shorting GBP JPY right at this area. I got the stop loss above, all the way above these this whole area right here. I'm looking for a probably just a one-to-one risk to reward. No, you know what? I'm gonna be limiting that stop loss. That stop loss is way too high. Moving my TP down into that level. Okay, I'm gonna show you the setup. Entry right here. We got the stop loss here, and we have the TP here. They managed to get in around that level. Okay, let's see. If it hits TP, then you should definitely give some hub credits or something to you. Yeah, but Looks like a fake out here. Okay, so yeah, this is a really good comment as well. Timeframes are different representation of the same information, doesn't matter that much. So I think there's a misconception in the retail space when it comes to timeframes, and the more you study technical analysis, the more you understand that yes, a time frame can be viewed as a specific universe, right, where you have a daily move, right? You have a daily move, you know, when it kind of like imagine you're looking through a microscope and you're looking at something, and then you're increasing the magnification of that microscope, and the more you increase, the more details you see until you get to like a cellular level, right? And the more you zoom into the chart, the more you know, different types of universes and the more information you're going to be finding within that specific time frame. But it's still same information. It's all just price. If GBP JPY is trading at 194, it's still going to be trading, okay, not 194, but okay, so let's say 195. If GBP JPY is going to be trading at 195, it's still going to be trading at that level and showing you the same type of information on any time frame. So I think one of the best ways to do, if you're, especially when you're more of a discretionary trader, is to have a feeling for you being able to go in and out of time frames and be able to do that top-down analysis and have an understanding of what's happening on the higher time frames and then what's happening on slightly lower time frames, and try to connect it. Now, of course, if you know you are trading a specific technical system where you created that system based on the 1 hour, where it's based on ATR or moving averages or stochastics on the 1 hour, and you're only taking specific trades when the 1 hour price action and indicators are doing something specific, then of course you're only going to be trading the 1 hour. But I'm talking a little bit more about discretionary trading, where I believe you should kind of forget about that whole idea of having to choose one time frame and just understanding how to interpret all the different time frames and combine it into one idea with all the different levels and everything, because it's all the same information. It's just viewed in through different lenses. I'm gonna raise my desk again, so I'm gonna mute my mic. All right, there we go. GBP, JPY. But yeah, to answer your question, I didn't really answer your question. I just explained something for a very long time. I didn't really answer the question correctly. Now, the question was different time frames and different personalities. Does different personalities go with different time frames? And that is a great question. And here, it's not about specific time frames. It's about your perspective, right? So you can look at the market from the 1 minute perspective. You can look at the 5 minute or the 15 minutes. But the question is like, what time frame is your investment horizon? And okay, better put, if you are the type of trader that you're thinking slowly, you're thinking more long term, you're planning your trades in great detail, and you're kind of looking to enter a position and ride that for a couple of days or maybe even a week, then of course your personality would be better in line with kind of basing your trade ideas on maybe the daily down to the 4 hour with more detailed analysis on the 1 hour. But then if you're the type of person who wants to get in a trade quickly in and out, and you feel like you don't have the patience to wait, and you feel like it's just you wanted that a little bit more quick action, then of course having a high time frame idea of where you think the market might go, and then entering that idea based on a lower time frame. So yes, of course, I do think that there is a correlation between time frames and personalities. All right. All right, so we got Saul in the background. Just let me know, Saul, whenever you're ready to come on. Okay, so let me see. All right, guys, we got the as promised. We also have the giveaway link in the comments and everything. So make sure you go in and check that out as well. We got Victor jumping on as well. Ah, man. I need to start working out. I really need to start working out. Not only because of the obvious things that happen to you when you eat too much food and you sit down for too long. But it's like I feel like my muscles are slowly deteriorating. There's a lot of volatility on the GBP pairs today. A lot of volatility. Not liking this. Not liking this at all. You know, I did promise whoever gave this idea the short. I did say that you might get some hub credits if it hit TP. But you know, if it hit stop loss, then you owe me some. All right. Let me know, guys, in the background if you're ready. Well, Victor, you can add yourself. So that okay, nice. I'm adding Saul. All right, welcome.
Hey Jonatan, hey guys, how you doing, guys? How's everyone?
I'm good, Saul. How are you?
I'm fine. Yeah, ready for the session.
Yeah, this is incredibly boring price action today. Incredibly boring. Not a lot happening.
Let's see if we can make something work.
Don't we have F1? Yeah, we have FOMC today. That's probably why.
That's the reason.
Hi, Saul. Hi, Jonatan. Everyone watching us today. It's even though you say boring, I think it's suspense building up because the high impact news later on today in about 5 hours, right? 5 hours from now, the Fed will announce their interest rate decision. And that's most likely, very likely, will have an impact on the market. How are you two doing today?
Yeah, I'm fine. I haven't looked at the chart, so I will go now and see what's moving. At least on the forex pairs, I know other commodities and so on are moving a lot, but as I specialize on currencies, let's see what can we catch.
So I'm trading GBP and the spread just increased right before I entered. Increased quite dramatically, and volatility came in and spread. I mean that must have been some type of news event, but I can't figure out what it was. I know that ECB officials are speaking. Maybe it has something to do with that, but
GJ, you say?
Yeah, I mean, the spreads only widens when there's like reasons for it to do so, right? Usually when there's news and things, right?
Or sudden high volatility or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, something happened.
What is the usual spread you see, Jonatan?
I see 2 pips. How much?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's around 2 pips, which is, but I think it went up to like 4 or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's fair for the volatility of the pair, so I think.
Yeah, I think so as well. Just for a few seconds, because now it's back down to normal.
To normal.
Right. Let's see how it goes with this short here. Not looking great.
So you're shorting pound yen?
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. I'm looking at
I like how it's like that's usually how.
It's not interesting. It's a bit surprising because I expect dollar pairs to be more volatile, given the Middle East situation. So and I do see dollar pairs kind of moving a little bit. Dollar CAD, dollar yen. So that's what I'm looking at. Haven't found a clear setup, but at least I see there's some volatility over there. So I think I will be focusing on either dollar CAD or dollar yen. Dollar yen.
Yeah.
And just 2 disclaimers, guys. I am at home. Kids are around, so if they come and interrupt, then we might have some noise here. And the second one, I am expecting a phone call, and if I get it during the hour, then I might need to go off the stream to get it, and then I'll come back. Okay?
Yeah, of course.
That brings me to the question right away. So, what happens if you're in a scalp and you get a phone call? What is your thought process? Is it you say, absolutely not, I'm not taking that call at all because I have a certain rule? Or do you have like a triage? You say, depending on who is calling, I'm going to respond. Or you say, it doesn't matter. I can call, I can have multiple callers at the same time, and I'll still trade as always.
No, it's like when you have a trade setup, you have like a high quality and a low quality trade setup, or news events that you have like scheduled or unscheduled events. If it's on schedule and I don't expect it, I don't recognize it, then most likely it's a scam or something like that. Then I don't mind not answering. But if I am expecting the call, then usually I avoid trading to not be in that position. So this is the case. Of course, for the session, if I see a setup, I'll take it. If I get the phone call, most likely I'll close, no matter what's happening on the account, just to not leave it open, or I'll set stop losses or something like that. But yeah, I prefer being fully focused on what I'm doing. So.
Yeah, I think that's the answer. Although I didn't know the answer, what you were going to say, so I knew that whatever answer you're gonna give us is gonna be shades of grades, meaning it's not a no or yes. It's not gonna be black or white. It's gonna be depend on who's calling, what kind of events, what kind of volatility day it is, because that's how reality is. It's not black or white. It's somewhere. It's so many shades, so many different answer depending on the situation. So I like that.
Yeah, I usually, when I'm trading, I usually get maybe if my fiance calls me and I answer and I put it on speakers, and then she gets home and she's like, "Did you do what I asked you about?" And I'm like, "I can't remember." That's like, so I shouldn't answer my phone when I'm trading, because most likely I'm not going to listen. I'm just going to focus on the trade. So it's better to just call up when I'm done. Absolutely. In that case,
I have a certain different things as well. If I have like a short list of people who call me that I will definitely answer, regardless if we're in a trade or not. And even that list, it depends if they call me for a second time, because I have an agreement with them. If they call me one time, I don't answer, probably I'm just busy. But if you really, really need me, call me the second time and I'll answer. And if I don't answer the second time, it means you're not on the list.
Yeah, it's same here. I also have that. So yeah, call me once and I'll ignore you. Call me twice and it's something important. But it better be important if it's twice, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay, so you know what? I've been streaming for so many hours today that I feel like I'm looking at the charts and I can't see anything. I mean, like
send it to me. No worries, Jonathan.
Yeah,
I'll take it.
Okay, nice. I will add your screen.
I'll tell you what I'm seeing. I'm looking at this is Euro USD. I have also dollar yen on the radar and dollar CAD. So Euro USD, it looks like we've been on the dailies. We've been on a very bullish season or past of weeks or whatever it is, but we're reaching a point where we are decelerating. Okay, if we see the impulse of these candles over here or these ones over here, how they look different from the current movement, which is more like a channel over here. It's more candles in order to move less distance. That's showing signs of weakness, no weakness, but deceleration. So at this point, I can start thinking of going short, although the overall movement has been to the long side. I wouldn't be against an idea of going short. And when I zoom out a little bit, I go to the hourlies and I look, how the last movements have been happened. We do see there's suddenly strong movements to the downside as well. So there is an opportunity of taking advantage of the slowing momentum on the dailies and the strong impulses to the downside in order to make an argument to go short, although we have clear selling areas and buying areas, but I wouldn't deny going short. So going to the 5-minute chart, let me just hide this. I go deeper in the chart to the 5-minute chart. I mark my selling areas where important movements were initiated. Those are my supply areas. And then I wait for price to reach to those areas, try to short the market. So now I go to the 1-minute chart. I try to do the same one more time on the 1-hour chart. 1-minute chart. I have probably here and probably around this area here. Okay, so this one we've already visited one time. We're reacting the second time to that area, so I wouldn't key on that for a third time. But we see there's good reactions to the downside every time we're meeting that area. So I will try to go short this time on Euro USD. It aligns with my analysis on dollar yen, which is showing me some strength overall. So I have dollar strengthening across the board, and I'll take it from there. So now let me open. I don't know if you see this on my depth of market just to execute the trades. And I'll wait for the market to go up, and I'll try to short the market. That's my plan for today. So let's see how many pips we have inside this. Even inside this range, this little range, we have enough room to make money. So if I can get the top of it, I have 6 pips within the range. So if I can sell the top of the range, I only need half the way to make money in it. So I'll try with that. If that fails and we break this little resistance here, I'll sell again when we go to that selling area. If that fails, we have the areas we marked from higher time frames. So let's just start, and we'll take it from there. We'll manage it. So let's give it a little try.
Interesting. Yeah, I do see the possibility of having a short there on Euro USD. I like it. It's
and if you mentioned if you mentioned that we have FOMC later today. I'm relying on the market to stay kind of sideways, not getting any aggressive directional movement. So let's see if that comes true. I just need enough, up and down movement for the setup to work out. So I'll start small. As we go up, I'll add a little more, and I'll keep reading price action to see if I need to adjust either risk or distances or whatever it is.
I think that's a very interesting approach, because I mean, like you said, if the market is quiet and we're most likely not gonna see too much volatility up until after the FOMC, then is to trade within that tight range. I mean, you sell at the range highs and then buy back at the lows. It's just a very simple and easy way of doing things. It's almost like it's too simple. Someone would look at this and say like, well, that's too simple. It can't be possible. But then, at some point the range is going to break. At some point, and I feel a lot of times when you're looking at a range, it's when the range is obvious. Then usually that's when it breaks. Is what I'm seeing a lot of times. And if you look at the recent ranges, what we're seeing on your screen right now, they have lasted for about the same amount at where we are right now. So I don't think we have too long within this range before we break, because you're looking at are you looking at the 1 minute right now?
Yeah.
We might, I mean, we might just go back and forth between these ranges, like enter the top range and then enter the one. Oh, look at that! You're getting down to that TP. Incredible.
Let's see if we can
Nice.
we can get it. There's a tiny support. I don't know if it's visible there. There's a little support over there. Let me bring one down to see if we can.
By the way, Abe, yeah, he recently got funded. This is our community manager, or Discord community manager. We need probably to we need to get him on the live stream soon. We need to do a funded trader interview with this guy, because he is killing it in his trading account. But, you know, really, you know, we have this group chat that we have, and we're kind of, you know, sharing trade ideas and progress on our trading, and he's been like really developing into a really great trader trading EU. So it's really cool to see.
Yeah, it's Abe has a great and inspiring history, because, you know, he tried so many times until he actually made it through. So it's worth listening.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, that's one, and I'm anticipating.
Wait, did you take profit while I talked?
Yeah, I took one, and then the second one I pulled it bit lower. I don't usually do that, but I'm saying, okay, if we manage to break this tick over here, there's some room to go lower. So let's see if that was.
It looks so simple when you're doing it. It looks so easy when you're doing it, but we all know that it's not really this simple. It's not this easy, you know. It can't be, you know. It can't be.
Yeah, I've said many times that okay, I'll just take it because it's not pushing. You know, if I show you what the history of the account, I was doing some trading. I've been trading a lot of dollar-yen lately. And you see the amount of trades. So it's just
that's many trades.
Yeah, I trade a lot, and I mean, even one session can be multiple trades, and I pay a lot of commissions, and you know, it makes it a less worthy style for trading. But but if you manage to get consistent, then, you know, at the beginning of the year, we started the account at 600,000, and I'm up 11,000 just trading the account probably once a week. You know, this is my training room account. It's not the one I trade you know, every day. So I usually trade it like once a week.
It's amazing to see that, you know, in this year we're basically talking about 11,000 USD profit from taking trades where the individual profit is like between $5 and $50.
Yeah, even less. I would say $30 is like the average.
That's pretty good. And that's very typical for a scalper, right? You're not looking to do home runs. You're just looking for that base hit, right? Just one next level, you're out. It has to do one little thing, and that's it. You're not waiting, and that's why you took that trade off right there, because it didn't do what you expected. It didn't have that last push, and to you, that's all you need for each trade. And even though it may not sound very sexy, because you're winning only perhaps 20 or sometimes a little bit more than that, but on your history, we see now $21, $24. If you just keep doing that dozens of times per day, it's going to add up. And actually, it's a very safe way of trading, because you're only, you know, taking one risk at a time. Actually, you do take a couple of trades, but I mean, in general, as a scalper, if you're only opening one trade compared to a swinger who is has time risk all, the whole day, the whole week. You're only in and out for a portion of the time, and that makes it in a way safer than otherwise.
In terms of time, you're right. I don't have
Yes.
the time risk.
Dragging
Like
the
weekend
TP
risk.
and stop loss should be it's built in with the administrator. If you have one click in enable, you should be able to just draw it, and you should need to, I believe, just select it and draw it. Shouldn't be a problem.
No, it's not. It's not a problem.
Saul, I think you come across as a very calm person. Do you think that helps you in this way of trading? Because honestly, I think I don't really come on as a calm person. I'm very impulsive, and sometimes I talk very fast. I'm impulsive. I interrupt people, as you might have noticed. And
we haven't noticed, Jonatan. We haven't. It's all in your head. We haven't noticed.
Yeah, those qualities I feel is a big issue for me in scalping, because wouldn't you agree that you need to be calm and focused when you're trading like this?
Let me tell you, I am a calm person. You won't find me like shouting out or super angry or super excited about the trading, but I'm very impatient. So that's when scalping really fits into my personality, because I cannot leave trades for hours on. I'm waiting for price to go to the take profit and all of that. I just can't, or trades overnight open. So I do work a lot of myself in order to stay like focused and calm when I'm trading, but I'm actually very impatient, and that's why scalping it's the best for me. So
that's very interesting. Yeah. I think
it is a very weird combination, though, being very calm and impatient, right? Typically they
I had
they
to
don't
think
go
about
together.
that. Like, it doesn't go together, but in scalping it's actually the perfect perfect fit,
I want very very fast to understand if I'm wrong or right, and then to either take profits or to adjust or close and take the loss. I don't want to be waiting for the market to play with my emotions and going up and over down. And also scalping gives me a bit more control over the outcome of things, because I can manage the trade and I can fix trades instead of just taking the entry and setting the target and the TP and then letting the market do itself. I have more like management and a little bit of control, at least on my understanding of things, and that also helps me for my personality. So just
do you go ahead?
Sorry, Victor. Yeah, just keep it reading. I like this candle where we had the the little consolidation we're trading, and we broke down. So my idea of the market trying to go down and some momentum building to the downside is being reflected here. So we on the breaking point, probably this area becomes a fresh selling point. So now if we revisit this area, I'm a potentially short, and that's Jonatan is the master of the break and retest, so this would be a clean example of a break of the consolidation, and then the retest, and then the continuation. So
that's a beautiful possible trade right there. Yeah, I have the GBP JPY. I might as well show MetaTrader here. I have a similar setup on GBP JPY here. I think we have to go out to like the 5 minute to kind of show it. It's not so. The idea here, it's very, very messy, but the idea was I saw this, like this area, and then you had a strong break to the downside right here. Actually, now when I show it, it's a very not very clear setup at all. It looked much better on on TradingView. But kind of the same idea with, you know, breaking this structure down and getting in on that. But this price action here is definitely the type of price action that makes it all look very, very messy. I think it would be, you know, more sense to look at that level. And I think that's probably what we're seeing on your USD now as well. We have that range, and then it kind of breaking down, and this would be, that would be the break and retest of that level. But yeah, let's see what we get here. Venetia says it will be nice to see a course done by you, Saul. Like, I'm probably 100% sure that Saul at this point does not have time to record a course on scalping, but maybe, you know, what you can do is you can go back in the live trading room and look at every other week he's joining us in the live trading room, and he does share quite a lot about his trading strategy. So going through those sessions, I think you can learn quite a lot about the way Saul is trading. I'm going to go over to your screen again here, Saul.
I'm going to switch to my screen, if that's okay with you guys, for a little bit. I'm going to break down EU from what I see today. Obviously, we're focused on the 1 minute, as Saul is a scalper, and we're going to, I'm not going to spend too much time on the higher time frames. I'm just going to skim through them so we know where we at the higher time frame as well. So on the monthly, there isn't anything actionable. The weekly, either we have an order block which is quite far away from us. So on the higher time frames, and even on the daily, we're not in any actionable era. This is the era that I would be looking for a daily signal. It will be short in this case, and perhaps something to go to the other areas, right? Something like so would make sense, but that's on the daily time frame. It may or may not happen only when we get to that daily order block, that daily structure. And on the 4 hour, I do find that I obviously agree. Not obviously I agree. I don't have to agree with Saul, but I do agree with him, because the impulse of the market right now, if you look at the hourlies, is even though the macro looks very bullish, right? No question about that. On the hourlies, the impulse is to the downside. When we see this happening, it is quite likely that the market will, after some retrace, right? And that's where we are not right now. And the question is, how far is this retrace going to be before we have the continuation? We don't know, but I do agree that the easy path today and tomorrow is to the downside. So that's one thing on the higher, on the month, on the hourly time frames. However, I do see a little possibility of an entry. Not that it changes the expectation that price will likely have a continuation to the downside, but there is perhaps an opportunity here. What I mean by that is there is an H4 order block, which is right here, right? And that's buyers coming in. Yes, I do see that big wick that, you know, is something to be of concern. And if you look at the H2 and H1, I can even align that or refine that area into something much smaller. In this case, it's the H2 that gives me that overlap between the H4 and H2. And if we go to the lower time frames, we can actually spot a very beautiful, quasi right here, where I would be interested in taking a long from, very conscious about the hourlies and the higher time frame. And whenever this breaks, obviously this flips completely, and I'm looking for that short, right? Whenever this breaks, if that were to happen, I'm going to be looking to short this, because I understand that the market broke the last demand zone that, you know, was possibly going to create a pop, because I'm looking for that possible pop in the coming hours. I'm not looking for a huge move because of the FOMC later on. You typically don't see that before a big high impact news, but a back and forth. And this also rhymes with the fact that we might be going sideways for some, you know, as we get closer to that high impact news. So it makes sense that the market will be, you know, bouncing around these ranges and perhaps break it. But even if it breaks, it's perhaps not going too far, right? Even if it breaks it, it may come back, and it may break it and come back. And maybe just shifting that range to a much lower boundaries. But that's what I'm looking for. It's the opposite of what Saul is checking, or actually I wouldn't say it's the opposite, because
I think he's shorting down to that level, right? He would
exactly.
kind of like look at
I think probably Saul will also be looking for a long from these levels, because of what we just mentioned about the consolidation where we're in, and we're gonna be longing the lower side of that range, and perhaps looking for a short from the upper side of that consolidation range. But that's something that I'm going to be looking for in terms of the quasi and the possible reverse we might be seeing happening during the stream of today. We still have 30 minutes, and I'm going to switch back to your screen. So I had a you said something, Saul, which rang a bell, and I don't know if this is something. Do you recognize that you have an above average need to be in control? Because you mentioned that. I mean, let's face it, because you mentioned that you like scalping because it gives you like more ways to be in control, more options to be in control. And this is coming from the CEO of our company, which is in control, right? So but something?
I think I don't like I've never got that sense, I never had that feeling that Saul's the type of person that needs to be in control. Otherwise, he would be like messaging me all the time, making sure that everything is running smoothly and all that. No, like I think he's just happy not to be disturbed and making like everything have everything running smoothly, right?
Yeah, that's because I trust people more than I trust the market, so
yeah. Yeah, so you want to control the markets, but you don't care about controlling people too much.
Correct.
I don't see it something not good. I think it's very good. I would describe myself as people have made fun of me. Good friends have made fun of me because I say I don't like to lose control, only in a controlled manner.
Right.
Meaning, like never.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. It's interesting talking about the different personality traits and how it kind of like goes hand in hand with the different trading strategy. And for me, it's been a really long journey for me to really understand, and honestly, like trading for me has been such a journey into myself, like my own psychology and my own personality, really understanding like what, because it's just you in the markets. Like even if you trade with a group, it's just you in the markets. Like everything you do in the market is if you do a mistake, you're gonna know it the next second. Like it's just the market doesn't forget it. It never forgives, right? It's just you make a mistake and you'll know about it. It's like that instant feedback, right? Which it's very interesting. Yeah.
So this box right here is the order block you marked, Victor. Yes. And I always say we tend to see levels very similarly. You just call them differently. That's where I would be taking profits. If I was holding a trade from this level or above, this would be my ideal take profit area, because that's at that point I could anticipate a new movement to the upside, or at least some support to step in. Let me zoom out. Although if we break that level, there's no much to hold the movement to continue strongly to the downside. So that's also something to take into account. Let me zoom out.
Would you hold the trade? Would you consider holding a portion of the trade longer because there isn't much holding it back for continuation?
Yeah, I don't know. I would prefer to see the break, and then the retest. I will try to short again. I don't trust those. I never trust breakouts. Enough times I've experienced the fake outs. So I would prefer to see the clear breakout, and then, if any, to try to catch the retest of the area. But that said, I also don't feel comfortable, taking a long right here. I can see market stopping at this area, but I see the strength, the market coming strongly to that level. So I would like to see, if I'm going to take some longs, for example, I want to see the market to slowing down inside this area or approaching this area, and all we're forming is like strong candles. So I wouldn't hold on shorts. Like my take profits, that would be my take profit area for any shorts, but that doesn't mean I'm taking a long at this level. You know what I mean? I just want to wait and see what the reaction from this level is, and then I'll decide what to do afterwards. So let me zoom in a little bit. I'll just keep reading price action to see if there's a potential breakout to the downside, or if there's any chance for a bounce, and then I might take a long from here. So I'm just on a waiting game right now.
Yeah, we have one question in the audience. I'll try to answer that very quickly. Amal, thank you for that question. The question is, how long or how low can euro go? Well, I don't know, to be honest, right? Nobody really knows. But we do have some indication of what is normal, what is average. And that is the indicator I talk about a lot, which is the ATR. It gives you the average range of a day, given the number of values you have input in the settings, right? Where currently, if I hover onto the current candle, you can read on my screen on the lower left corner, there it says 908, meaning 90.8 pips. You don't have to take it too precisely. It's around 90, right? So if we take the high of the day and we expand that around 90 pips, we can get an idea of a feeling that if the movement of the day is going to be bearish, right? And if this day is going to be an average day, and I have my doubts about that because we have FOMC meeting later, or statement coming out later on. But if it were an average, then we could expect price to go as low as 1.14338, not to be exact, of course. But since I think, and you can disagree with me, everyone watching, if you think this is going to be more volatile, a bigger range than average, then obviously if you think it's going to go lower, it could reach much lower levels. I don't have anything on the daily, all the way down here, and it's up to you to assess whether if it's going to be 100%, 120, or even less than 100, maybe 80, 90, more likely. That's on the downs, on the lower side. So that's the question. You can use ATR to project what is the average range of this day to be expected. And one little thing, that's it. Yes?
I did hear something in the background, an order being placed in MetaTrader. What was that, you, Victor?
No, that wasn't me.
No, that was me.
Is it a long or short?
A short.
Short.
Yeah.
Oh, so you shorted a breakdown.
Let's see if that just because of the.
No, wait a minute. You just talked about how you don't trust the breakout.
Yeah, I'm about to regret myself. But let's.
Yeah, I know.
Like I think it's the momentum, right? So
you're trading like me, Saul. This is exactly the way I'm trading. But I think let's try and get in on a breakout, and then it's gonna reverse on you, and like, oh man, I should have waited for a retest.
but I think, isn't it? I would say this is the strength at which these demand areas are completely not getting destroyed, but not far from that description, right? It's piercing through them like nothing, and that's what. Wouldn't that be? Is that a fair assessment? That's why you quickly sold that level.
Yeah, absolutely. Because I saw this candle. Of course, on the 1 minute chart, you don't see the price action inside the candle, but it came to that level very, 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 very strong. So I anticipated there would be some follow through, because we're at no man's land. If you see where we trade, there's no much here on the to stop. There's no.
I mean, it was a big, strong momentum on that 1 minute candle. So I do understand why
I'm gonna switch very quickly. I'm gonna switch very quickly to my chart, and what I mean is that what Saul did was these order blocks typically they will cause like the candles to react to them, even if they are very weak. These reactions they should react to them and have a little pop as it is breaking one by one. And what happened here is one big candle going through all of them without flinching, basically. That tells us that the sellers are really, really in control. At least that's a sign of that possibility, a strong sign.
But another thing here, I'm thinking, Victor, like do you view the order blocks like having defined boundaries, or
Yes.
do you watch them more or less? So you don't have like. So the way I'm adding a horizontal level, for example, I'm adding a price level, and then I'm viewing that price level as having sort of an invisible buffer area around it. So wouldn't it make sense to at least see have a type of standard deviation of room for error around that order block? Because if you look at your USD here, it might just be the case that the order blocks that you did put on the chart does work with some room for error, because obviously you look at your USD, that was the low, and everyone got faked out. And Saul is shaking his head. We got 2 million other people doing the same thing. You know what I mean? And a lot of people got trapped on that move. I would probably have shorted that as well. That is such a typical fake out move.
Yes.
Is that what I'm saying? Like the buffer zone.
Yes, I understand that completely, and each one of us has to, optimize these rules that we have, that we live by, we trade by, into something that makes sense. And I have tried to keep the buffer wide and not treat them as strong. Here we see the selling coming in. That's the retrace, and that's the push down that we're expecting. That's the indication of the what we just talked about.
This is when I'm entering, right? That's the break and retest. So
look at that. That's the movement. That's exactly the earlier movement was a preview to what this movement is telling us. It's breaking through those demand zone like a hot knife through butter, while it shouldn't be doing that. And that's reading price action, and Saul did it live right here very nicely in front of everyone.
Am I sharing screen sorry guys, because I'm only on one screen, so
you're sharing your screen. You're sharing. We've seen Saul's screens, but so now I'm selling this. Okay, so where you sold, this is I'm now selling, because now what I see is not only do we have a breakout, we have a retest of an area above and a break below the initial breakout level as well. So I'm viewing this as there's more confirmation on the breakout.
Yeah, so I agree, and that's why I'm holding this trade. Although when we had the retracement to this selling area, I did sell again. I don't know if we saw that. Yeah, I did sell again, and I took profits, and I was okay. Maybe I'll close the current trade, just because I already made profit on the upper position. But just seeing the momentum so strong to the downside, it's telling me, okay, it wants to break. But I'm surprised after this candle, we didn't see some follow through, because it was a strong movement to the downside, and I was sure we would continue. So let's see. As long as we keep having that strong momentum to the downside, I'm not against keeping that trade on. Although I'll be considering on closing if I see the market not breaking through,
switching back.
Yeah, the longer we trade here, the bigger the chance that we move higher. The longer that we treat this as support, the bigger the chance of a price moving higher. In my opinion, we need to see the volatility that we saw a couple of minutes ago to follow through to the downside. Otherwise, that is just not. Otherwise, that's just bullish volatility. That's basically what I mean by that is you can have a red candle, but it's red with strong momentum because you have buyers probably obviously on the other side of that trade, you know.
Yeah.
Sellers buying to bulls with conviction.
Yeah, and actually, coming back to your question, Jonatan, about whether these areas that these order blocks are, if they're very sharp or not, I'm sure you can build, if that goes with your personality, anyone watching, you can build a system, a rule-based trade plan, which doesn't accept them as clear lines. I'm sure you can do that. There's no question about that, because the order block is still there, the area is still there, whether you accept the borders to be very precise or not. However, I've seen so many times, and I get excited when I see that, how the market comes within, actually on the pip, and reacts to these borders, the upper border, the lower border, so many times that I'm totally convinced that actually there are a lot of market participants watching that very, very line, and that's why I have them so tight and so precise. But I still, obviously, I still have a margin for error on my trades, because we all know that the market can deviate from any structure, any line, anything you see on the market, without really meaning breaking it right away, right? It can have a little wick, we can have something happen, and so you still have to have a buffer. And how much of a buffer, that's for each one of you traders out there to find out. But hit the like button if you are watching this, because I assume if you're watching it because you're enjoying it. If you're enjoying it, hit the like button, because this is exactly why we have these streams, to have you be able to see real traders trade in front of you, so you can enjoy, but as well as learn from these traders. And I say these, I'm one of them as well, but I'm keeping myself out this moment.
We have another retest right there. We can see that the it's a low, so price is definitely. But I don't know. I think we're staying down here for a little bit too long. We are building a structure here that is starting to look more and more bullish the more time we spend down here. I mean, if you look to the left, though, we do have resistance to the left, and
that little movement, it's not having follow through. Not only that, but I can see that the market has switched a little bit on the 3-minute time frame. But that doesn't mean necessarily that everything is out of the window.
No. Let's see.
We'll have to see how this continues to go. But certainly, it's not having follow through as we. These are only 1-minute candles, so we'll have to give it a little bit patient. But it's clearly decelerating in comparison to what we saw earlier. Those big bearish candles with very little wick on either side, meaning very decisive within that whole the same minute. It was very clear that the sellers were in control. That's the only way you create these candles, and that is still we do see some kind of a deceleration in that sense. We'll have to see.
Well, we have a question here from Paul. It says, where is that latest resistance level drawn from, please? It doesn't align with the candle. Actually, it aligns perfectly with the candles. And if you see the last local high is in the middle of that resistance zone. And then, of course, like this resistance zone, if I'm not mistaken, Saul, like it's not set in stone. It's not like that's the perfect area. It's more about how price is reacting to the levels and what type of price action you're getting when you're approaching the level and trading around that level. Okay, so you're close to trade now.
Yeah, just because when I'm in a trade or a setup, I have like a confidence thermometer, like a pendulum of confidence, and I go from neutral to more confident to less confident. And when we had this candle here, this one, I was neutral. Okay, let's give it a try. Then we have the retest. I sold again. We had the strong candle to the downside. My confidence went up, and suddenly we don't break out. We retrace an extra time. then I'm going back to neutral. So when I have the opportunity to close the trade, I just prefer to kill it for a break even, and then I'll wait. If this becomes a new setup, valid setup, then I'll re-enter the setup, but on a fresh analysis, on a fresh price action, and not based on because luck or that went in the direction I was expecting, because the same chances for it to go the other side. So I'll wait again. I'll see if there's new momentum coming in, if it breaks, or if it gives me signs of breaking, and then I might get in at the same level I just took the trade off, but just based on new information, because I would start right now again at a neutral point, and then I'll keep it. I'll start measuring my confidence in the setup. But just the previous one, after the second retracement, I lost confidence. I agree with you. With instead of forming these kind of retracements to the downside, we're kind of more moving sideways or in a range instead of moving to the low side. So if we're going to continue sideways, I'm just selling at the worst available price, where I'm selling at the bottom. If we're going to stay in a range, then I need to be selling at a higher point, right? Because just for the new setup to make sense. I mean, just reading the candles, we had this candle right here, that's 1 minute, and then it took 1, 2, 3, 4 minutes to move the same distance to the upside, and then we had 1 minute to move to the downside, and then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes to move to the upside. So the movements until these points, the movement to the downside was still stronger, but then the movement to the downside, it wasn't this time one strong candle. It was 1, 2, 3 weaker candles, and then we suddenly have one strong candle to the upside. So there are some signs of bullish strength coming in. I just prefer to reassess, to wait, to reanalyze the market, to reread price action, and to wait for a new and better setup. So I'm happy, as I mentioned, when I see or I understand the setup didn't do what I was expecting for it to do, then I prefer just to kill the setup and wait for a new opportunity. That's good money allocation and capital allocation.
Yeah, I like how you're looking at the structure, or looking at price action, and then looking at the structure, and kind of looking at the behavior of each of the up and down moves. That is makes a lot of sense. Looking at the strength between the buyers versus the sellers, and now we have a range. So what happened here is we go from one range, one move to the downside, we enter a new range, and when you enter range at support, the only thing here though is that the range highs is confluent with resistance. So that's the only reason why I'm still in this trade, because I got my stop loss above where you had your level there, and that's because as long as we're in the range here, it could go either way, but we do have resistance. Kind of, I feel like resistance is a bit stronger here than support. Saying that, it looks like I'm gonna get stopped out, but yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
And for those wondering, on the quasi that I mentioned, all of the time frames from 1, 2, 3, and 5, all of them have invalidated the entry. So all my possible long signals are out of the table. They haven't triggered. That means to me that's a bearish sign. When the reversals don't trigger, to me, a lot of the time that means that eventually you're going to continue lower.
Yeah, I
if
think
that helps your confidence, Jonatan.
I think I'm trying not to, because now I'm trading a structure. I'm not trading the 1 minute candles. I'm trying to ignore the 1 minute candles. As long as we are in the range, it doesn't really change anything. So for me, it's a difference between trading, single candles in a 1 minute trend or a structure. And if I'm trading a specific structure, then I don't really care about the individual candles. Unless we print a new structure. And what I'm a bit worried about here is that this could be some type of accumulation range at the lows. But talking about distribution and accumulation ranges on the 1 minute is just words. You know, it doesn't matter. You know, I mean, like we're looking at the 1 minute. It's things like that. You know, we're not seeing accumulation ranges on the 1 minute because institutions are, you know, accumulating here and then 2 minutes later distributing their positions. You know, so talking in terms of accumulation distribution, I don't think is the correct approach technically on the 1 minute, but it still has the same type of price action as it would have on the higher time frames as well.
I see price getting ready to continue lower. If we look at the 5 minute, for example, you can see how, at least if it closes where it is right now on the 5 minute,
exactly. And the wick on the 5 minute, that retest, that's the reason why I don't want to close this as a short, because I see the 1 minute range, the range high of that being a retest level on the 5 minute, right?
Yeah, on the lower time frames on the 1 as well, you can see that the ever so slightly the wicks on the top sides of the candles seems to be getting back to the market a while before we didn't see them. So that seems to be, but it's still quite evenly distributed, with a little slight preference to the upper wicks being a little bit longer. That's I would say, but any minute now it should break down and continue. At least that's what it's telling me. But of course, this can change, and it can, you know, buying pressure can come in and start creating engulfings.
Isn't that like that's
there you go, we see it here.
Is that emotions or is that technically? Because from my intuition, like my intuition is telling me that it's going to break down, but I feel like I'm not supposed to kind of think that way. I'm supposed to follow, you know, not think about what I think will happen, but actually, you know, kind of follow what's ever happening, right? And that's kind of like an issue that I'm having, you know, understanding what's true trading intuition and what's just, you know, feelings of fear and greed, basically.
Yeah, but you can measure this. Look at the 2 minute time frame, and tell me objectively, without emotion, experience, or intuition, or, you know, gut feeling, are in the last couple of 5 bars on the 2 minute, where are the majority of the wicks? On which side are they pointing?
Yeah,
right?
that definitely more wicks to the upside.
Exactly. Right. That's very objective. Nothing to do with feeling. Although you may have a feeling, you may have an experience and intuition and all of that. But if just objectively, you can see that at least in those bars, it doesn't mean it's going to predict the future perfectly, but it means that within those, you see sellers coming in on each bar, pushing the price before the close, pushing the price lower, creating those wicks. And if they keep doing that,
I feel like, yeah, but I feel like on the 1 minute and this tight range,
it doesn't mean much.
What value can you put on the wicks? We literally have
as a scalper.
Yes, sure, but I mean, we have pretty much an equilibrium here between buyers and sellers on the very short time frame. There's a couple of wicks to the upside, a couple of wicks to the downside. I feel like, here we go. Okay, now I feel good. I feel good about this. Thank you, Victor. Now I fully trust the wicks.
But it still has, it can always come back, right? Fake out and then engulf everything we just talked, close above that range, and up we go. Trap
but it's
everyone
interesting. We talk a lot
breakdown.
about, you know, we do talk a lot about price action. We do talk a lot about the wicks and the lower time frames and what it means. We know what it means. I mean, we know technical analysis and we know what it means, but myself, I don't have the data on that, you know? I don't have the data on that. So it's only really empirical knowledge of what I think should be the case based on what I know about technical analysis. But that's a tricky part in trading, and especially discretionary trading. You don't really know. You don't really know unless you do have some type of system to kind of back up your claims and your data. But it should make sense. That's the problem. It should make sense, and that's why trading and especially to prove technical analysis is so difficult, especially from a discretionary trading point.
It is. But you have to test it. Everyone has to test them for themselves, right? It's take 20 instances or 50 instances, depending on how much time it takes you and how much time free you have, and test it, score it. Does it tell you something? Is it more likely? Tell how many times it breaks down similar ways, and how many times it doesn't, and see if it tells you something or not. Don't take our word for it. Test it for yourself, because as in trading, you have to rely on data to be able to get a way of randomness, right? Otherwise, we're gonna be just trading the randomness. It's gonna go up and down no matter what we do. And we have the follow.
We got a breakout here. It's happening.
Yep.
We got a comment here. Just a quick comment here. I think actually there comes a point when the best thing you can do is actually listen to your intuition. Or when you've traded for, especially when you're trading discretionary. If you have a system, you have a very clear system, then follow the system. That's all you have to do. But if you're trading like we're trading right now, like Saul is trading, your intuition becomes your biggest edge. Like, let's say you have 20 years of trading experience. That means something, right? That all of that experience and everything. Wow, look at that wick. What is that?
Yeah.
No, but I think intuition is super important. I think you should definitely trust your hunch and your gut feeling and your intuition when it comes to especially discretionary trading if you have the knowledge and experience.
Absolutely. When you go surfing, you develop that. I'm not a great surfer, but I have some friends that do. They have that intuition, and they know how to read when the next good wave is coming. It's something that's hard to explain, but with experience you gain it. So it's the same for the markets, I think.
Yeah, it's like muscle memory, right? You do things automatically because you know how to do it because it's just in that. It's basically what you said. Guys, we're coming up to the end of the live stream. I know, Saul, that you have a busy schedule. I'm gonna do a giveaway here, and obviously you don't have to wait around for that giveaway if you don't want to.
Yeah, I'll jump to my next meeting, guys. But as always, happy to be part of the trading room as much as I can. And so thank you, guys. Thanks for staying. Thank you, Victor. Thank you, Jonatan. Thank you, traders. See you next time.
All right.
Our
Thank you, Saul.
pleasure,
Always great having you on here.
Bye. All right. So awesome.
we just have some comments from Trump. So Trump is saying that I can't say when US will strike Iran. So not
cannot.
So Trump is speaking. Yeah. So Trump is speaking right now. And obviously, we're seeing a lot of volatility coming in. We saw EURUSD go straight up into the same area again. Not sure where he is speaking, if it's a press conference or whatever it is, but maybe he's tweeting. He's saying things like Trump said that Iran has reached out. I said it's very late, but nothing is too late. Okay, so I think there's no potential negotiations going on, right? Potential negotiations, and Trump. Okay, so Trump says that Iran suggested that they come to the White House. Okay. Wow, I just got stopped out. What the hell?
That's the fundamental news.
Oh my God. Maybe it's better if I go to the White House. I go to the White House, I start negotiating. Listen, Donald. My God, God damn, like I'm sick of these tweets. I'm sick of this. This is incredible. Oh my God, everything looks so good. Everything looks so good. And look at that candle. What?
That's
like
Trump.
I had my TP. I have my TP right below the lows. My God. Okay.
Yeah, this is super volatile right now.
Okay, let's. I'm just gonna quickly pop over and look at the look at equities. Yeah, okay, equities moving higher. Equities moving higher. This is a risk on move. A risk on. I guess the market is pricing in whatever's happening right now is pricing in that perhaps there is a potential talks between the U.S. and Iran. But yeah, the wick here on the 1 minute here on Euro USD. Yeah, interesting. Gold very volatile as well. Yeah. Okay. Insane. Right. Okay. So let's do the giveaway, guys. We have a couple of minutes here to do the giveaway. So I'm going to be opening that up. Remember, we're going to do 5 accounts there. We're going to do 5 5K high stakes account for all of you here today. You guys
Look
have
at
the
that
giveaway?
price action. That's not for the weak of heart.
No. You know,
That's the importance of having a stop loss in the market, not just a mental stop loss, because Trump can always come into the market or anything else, and the unexpected is always possible.
Trump says next week is going to be very big, maybe less than a week. I don't know. Okay, so now Trump says Iran had bad intentions. We're swinging back and forth here, okay? We're doing.
Trump is playing with the market.
I think you know what's happening here. Okay, so now Trump is saying, why should a hostile country have nuclear weapons? There's a lot of he's saying a lot of things here. I'm not really sure what. So first he's saying that he, basically can't confirm that the US is getting involved, and then he says that Iran wants to come to the White House, and then he says next week is going to be very big. Like, it's that announcement of an announcement. It's like what you do in the world of crypto, right? You announce that you're going to do an announcement just to pump price, and then when you have an announcement, it's nothing, and you dump.
But isn't that something we've seen from Trump very often, where he plays with the tone? He tells you that he's not going to do something, but by telling you that, he's actually making you think about that thing that he might be able to do later on. He's playing with basically he's negotiating. What I see is Trump being Trump.
Looks like looks like Iran is reaching out. Yeah, it looks like Iran is reaching out to negotiate, but he has a lot of back and forth there. But of course, if Iran is reaching out to negotiate, then of course you want to be able to negotiate. So Trump is a businessman, and
yes,
he's a very tactical person. I think most of the things that he is saying here, he's not just saying because he's impulsive. He probably is quite impulsive with the things that he's saying, but most of the things that he is saying, there's a tactic behind it. Like, for example, saying that why should a hostile country have nuclear weapons before negotiating is obviously setting the bar.
Tone.
Setting the tone for negotiation.
Yep.
And yeah.
And what's funny is that if what he says doesn't have anything concrete on it, it's just tweets, the market may just go back to what it was doing, right? Becoming weak again in the coming hours, eventually still break out. So everyone who sold the breakdown might have been stopped out by this huge wick, only to be right later on. If it turns to be something just fluff, just words and rhetoric with no clear confirmation from Iran that they're actually going to the White House, or they're actually doing some concessions, some change in their stance, etc.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, so that's it. Trump has officially destroyed another trade. Unfortunately, Trump owes me money again. Again. Incredible. Okay. So let's see. What can I share my screen? Yeah, that's the one. Let's go. Let's do the giveaway. We're gonna draw 5 winners. 5 winners. You're gonna get a 5K.
I think the audience they don't want the giveaways. They wanted to postpone it for tomorrow.
Yeah, maybe we should do it tomorrow. You're right, Victor. It's
yeah,
getting a bit late
all
here.
this Trump this Trump tweet changes everything. Changes all the rules. Let's do it tomorrow. It's Trump's fault.
Yeah, Trump's fault. You gotta take it up with him. Go to the White House. Talk with them. Good. We lost a lot of money. A lot of money today. Now let's do it. Okay. Let's do the giveaway. The five accounts. All right. There we go. We have all the winners on screen. We got 5 people. Every single one of you have won a 5K high stakes account. You will get an email to the email that you use to sign up for the competition. All right, I think that's it for today, Victor.
Yes, market is getting back on its feet after being shaken around by our good old president, Trump himself.
Yeah, incredible price action, and yeah, it is what it is. Okay, guys, thank you for joining us here today. Tomorrow, the morning session we're gonna have with Anastasiia and Mike, and then we're gonna do that ABL trading session as well. And then what happens after that? Well, we're gonna have Victor, we're gonna have myself. Yeah, we're gonna have a few people coming in. Yeah, Nora won as well. Nice, congratulations. Awesome to have some regulars coming in here and winning accounts. Okay, guys, see you all tomorrow. Take care.
Bye.